Hello, hello, hello. We back at it again with the floor proceedings. Waiting for another vote. Waiting for more information. Are we going to get food stamps to the American people? Are we going to get the services turned back for the airport? Are we going to get these people their money? This is what we're waiting on. They're back in session tonight. Today, Saturday, the 8th, we're back in session with the Senate to see what they're going to do about helping the American people instead of helping the rich American people. Are we going to help the poor American people? That's the question. Currently, it is a Trump shutdown. What has occurred so far? The government went down exactly 39 days ago. And the Democrats were the ones who shut it down 39 days ago. Why? Because the Trump administration had cut out the medical, Medicaid, food stamps, all of those things in the big, beautiful bill. Then we came to the budget. Democrats said, we're not signing for a clean CR until you guys restore the medical for the American people. So, the Trump administration put back in July money set aside to do and pay for just this, a shutdown and pay for the food stamps. It is a fund. So the states got fed up and decided to go to the courts and have them or force the Trump administration to release those food stamps. The Trump administration said we don't know if we can, and then they got then we got sued again, and the court said release them. Yes, you can release them. There's nothing wrong with releasing them illegal. And then the Trump administration said we don't know whether we want to because of X, Y, and Z. Now, Ketanji Brown, after they went to court this last time, Ketanji Brown said you have a couple days to pull it together to find out how you can release these food stamps. So this is where they are at. Ketanji Brown, Supreme Court person, told them that yes, we're giving you a couple of days and you're going to have to release the food stamps. So now, by all intents and purposes, the Trump administration is keeping the government, not necessarily the government, but the Trump administration is keeping food stamps from the American people. So the Trump administration wants people to starve, the poor people to starve. This is our 39-day into a shutdown initiated by the Democrats, and now the shutdown has taken on its own, and it has taken on the Trump administration, defying the court, saying they don't want to do it. The last round with the court was with Ketanji Brown Jackson, who said, we're going to give you a couple of days to release it. Now, the Trump administration now has a couple of days in order to release the food stamps. I'd say one or two, if at the most. So they are trying to defy the Supreme Court order. They have defied every order that came their way. It's legal, it's non-legal. Is it fair? Is it morally right? All these things the Trump administration has went to the court and tried to sue so they would not be able to give you food stamps. So now it is a Trump shutdown because the Trump administration, do not want to give you, the American people, food stamps. Started off with the Democrats, and now the Republicans hold the ball because they refuse to follow the court order, and the court found that they could release the funds. So this is where we're at today on a Saturday morning, watching proceedings on the Senate floor. The Democrats did release a kind of proposal. The Republicans rejected it in hand because the Republicans do not want to give you food stamps and they do not want to give you medical, even though the court has authorized them to and told them to release food stamps. And food stamps have nothing to do with the bill, so why not release those food stamps according to the law? The Republicans do not want to. So this is where we are at. Republicans refusing to fund food stamps because they do not want to fund food stamps and they do not want to fund medical. These are facts. Here we are. Hello, all. Please come in. Please come in. I know it's doomsday scrolling, but please hit the like button, subscribe button. We're going to be here when they start the proceedings to argue against giving people food stamps, even though the court has ordered them to give the food stamps up by Monday. It's just a flick of the button, and they still decide that they do not want to do it. Now we know this is more than just a Schumer. It is not a Schumer shutdown. It may have started as a Schumer shutdown because the Democrats decided they did not want to get people to lose their health care, people to get high rates because the subsidies lapsed. They wanted people to get food stamps. It might have started out as a Democratic shutdown. Now it is a Republican shutdown because they refuse. The Republicans refuse, even after 3 court decisions to release the funds. They decided they weren't going to release the fund, not even the food stamps, not necessarily open the government. They said we're not releasing the food stamps whether we open the government or not. This is what the Republicans said. They went to court. They were sued 2 times, and this is what they said in court. We didn't know how to release them. We didn't know whether we could release them. And then the Supreme Court said, yes, you do know how to release them. Release them, and they're still defying the law. So this is where we are. Please, Bruce, Zombie, do your research. So let's go. We want to see what argument the Republicans are going to make. After the Supreme Court told them you have no excuse not to give the funds, food stamps is not opening up the government. Hello, hello, hello. You all come in and hit the like button, please, and thank you. We're going to do analysis throughout this shutdown, throughout this speech quorum, because we're going to evaluate the arguments that they have. What we know, the facts that we know. The facts that we know, people have went to court 2 times. The people have went to court 2 times and gotten a decision for them to release the funds, release the food stamp fund. They haven't gone to court to release the government. They've gone to court to release the food stamp funds. Okay, and every court that they have went to, the court has said you all can release those food stamp funds. Go ahead and do that, and worry about negotiating for the go ahead and worry about the government shutdown another day. But you can release food stamp funds. That's what 2 judges found. The Trump court went to court and said we don't know how to release those funds. The judge said yes, you do know how to release those funds. Release those funds. Then they went back to the court. They appealed and they said we don't think it's legal to release those funds. And the judge said, yes, it is legal to release the funds. I'm saying they're legal. Everybody's saying they're legal. Release the funds. Then the Trump court, Trump goes back to court and says, okay, fine and dandy. We will release the funds, but give us some time. Ketanji Jackson Brown said, okay, you got 3 or 4 days. And this is where we're at. It started out as a Schumer shutdown. Now the Republicans own this shutdown. Shut your ass up, Johnny Black. Don't nobody care about no groupers. They finna end that bullshit with Nick Fuentes. You better stop it. Y'all better stop hyping that boy up. If you think he can go against the establishment, you goofy. So this is where we are at a Trump shutdown. So we're waiting for the arguments, and we're gonna have argument. We're gonna talk us through the arguments that they have. Okay. Hopefully somebody has solid arguments, but here's the deal: the law said they have to release those funds. They have the opportunity. They have the uh, legal precedent. They have all these things in order to release the funds. And the Trump administration is saying, we're not releasing the funds. We don't care. We just going to let them starve. We're going to try to blame it on the Democrats, but we all know the timely order of, or chronological order of what happened. This is a budget fight to release the budget for the year. Next year, 2 years, whatever. The Democrats stopped the bill. The Democrats stopped the bill from going.
Leader.
Here we are.
I understand there is a bill at the desk that is due for a second reading.
Here we are.
The leader is correct. The clerk will read the title of the bill for the second time.
S3166, a bill to rescind unused COVID funding and reduce.
Can you all hear the session? Please put a 1 in the chat if you can hear.
The deficit.
Mr. President, in order to place the bill on the calendar, the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
Objection is heard. The bill will be placed on the calendar.
Hey, go back, man.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
Clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
Mr. President, yesterday we finally heard Democrats entertain the notion of reopening the government. It only took them 38 days. Why in the days before, progressives were urging Democrats to prolong the shutdown in perpetuity? One House Democrat said, and I quote, "There would be hell to pay if Senate Democrats don't let events play out," end quote. And so I'm glad to see Democrats, after 38 days, back down from the maximalist and frankly insane position they've held since September. The Democrat leader's proposal is a non-starter for the Republican majority. The Democrat leader wants to believe that this is a, quote, simple proposal, that it is some sort of compromise, but it is not. He's talking about throwing tens of billions more taxpayer dollars at a program that even Democrats admit has failed to lower health care costs. The American people are tired of Washington taking their hard-earned money and spending it on costly government programs that fail to follow through on their promises.
Now, here's where we are.
That's what Democrats have been doing for years with Obamacare.
Here's where we are. This started out as a Democrat shutdown. It started out that way. Then people went to court to sue. They sued twice. The courts told them, you can release the food stamps. You don't have to open up the government. You can release the food stamps. You don't have to open up the government. That's fine. They still have defied the court. They still have defied the court, and they have tried to release partial X, Y, and Z, X, Y, and Z. Instead of putting their full-fledged throttle into releasing funds, they do not want to release the funds. The Democrats said, no, we have been holding out because you have been, you took subsidies away from the Obamacare in July when you did the big, beautiful bill. So we need you to put those back in. We need you to shore up medical, because otherwise people's premiums will go 3, 4, 5 times higher than what they are. So this is where we're at, and this is why the Democrats refuse to back down, because they will not have a discussion about medical benefits. They will not have a discussion about them. So this is where we're at. We are at a fight for the medical, for the American people, and the Trump administration refusing to release all of the food stamps for the people. The court says you have the power to release all the funds, and they are playing games with releasing the funds. As I said, this shutdown started as a Democratic shutdown, and it's ending with a Republican shutdown. The people, 59%, blame the Republicans and Donald Trump for the shutdown. This is where we are arguing over medical, the medical subsidies that the Republicans took away, fighting over the medical, Medicare, ACA, kicking 14 million people off the ACA. This is where we're at.
They passed Obamacare 15 years ago without a single Republican vote. And in that time, Democrats' signature health care law has failed to do what Democrats promised. If you like your health insurance, you can keep it. Not true.
So this is where we're at. Now let's attack the medical. Instead of fixing the medical, having a conversation about the medical, trying to shore the medical up and make it better, the Republicans just want to kill it because they killed it with the big, beautiful bill. They killed most of it with the big, beautiful bill. Before that, they killed or they made it go haywire when they took away the individual mandate. This is what happened. They took away the individual mandate. This summer, they took away the subsidies, and they took away about 35 million, 15 million people off of Medicaid. This is where we're at. The Democrats are fighting to get those people back on Medicaid. They're fighting to get those subsidies put back in, and they're fighting for the food stamps. So now, instead of it being a Democratic shutdown, which it was in the beginning, now it's a Republican shutdown because they're refusing to release food stamp funds, which have nothing to do with the fight, but they're refusing to release the food stamp funds, which they could do, and they could promise to negotiate for the Medicare subsidies, but they don't want to do that. They don't want to give people medical. They want to turn it off and then make you get private insurance, which will be even higher. That's the whole point of putting people off of Medicaid. For decades, they have not wanted to fund medical, but it is what it is. So it's a Trump shutdown, and we're hearing oral arguments right now.
If you like your doctor, you can keep him or her. Not true. Premium costs will go down. Not true. And actually, the opposite is true. They keep going up. Obamacare drove premium prices higher. So in 2021...
No, you want to talk to me or you want to say weird shit, put it in the super chat. Otherwise, none of your garbage is going to be read. If it's not in the super chat, it won't be read. One HQ has not... Black America has nothing to do with trans, has nothing to do with gays. Why is the first thing that you come in the chat and talk about is gay and trans? Why is that? I don't understand why you're obsessed with gays and trans. Has nothing to do with them, has nothing to do with illegal aliens like Mr. Tiger has. This is wild, Mr. Tiger. You're wild. It must be excruciating to live in that bubble and be a zombie. It must be. No kind of research whatsoever. It hurts my head to talk to people like y'all because you don't do no research.
In the Democrats' American Rescue Plan Act, a bill best known for setting off a years-long inflation crisis, Democrats created these Biden bonuses, further papering over the higher premium costs under Obamacare with bigger taxpayer subsidies. Again, they did that without a single Republican vote. And then in another partisan bill in 2022, they extended the subsidies through the end of this year. Democrats chose the expiration date. They created this cliff. And now they want to blame Republicans for their mess. Give me a break, Mr. President. Republicans are not about to further burden taxpayers by blindly extending a flawed program. The Democrats' proposal is just more of the same, masking rising premiums and padding insurance companies' profits with more taxpayer dollars. The Democrat leader's proposal is a non-starter. There's still only one path out. It's a clean funding extension. The House has already passed a clean funding extension. The President supports one and would sign it into law immediately. We're only a handful of votes away from passing one right here in the Senate, Mr. President, a bill that has been sitting at the desk now for 38 days. We reopen, and then we can start talking about addressing the health care mess that Democrats created. Mr. President, I know that Democrats know this. Just yesterday, the Democrat whip came to the floor to say something that I've been waiting for a Democrat to say for a long time. He said that the first thing we need to do is reopen the government, then address the cost of health care and advance appropriations bills. I've been saying that for about 6 weeks now. And I think that's exactly what we need to do today. And so I hope the Democrat whip and others in his caucus will join the 3 Democrats who have been supporting a clean continuing resolution, the only bill that can actually end the shutdown. Mr. President, I'm glad to see that after 38 days, Democrats are finally warming up to the idea that their shutdown can't go on forever. And I urge my colleagues to support a clean continuing resolution so we can start a real discussion to address their health care mess, get back to the regular appropriations process, and above all, finally provide relief to the American people. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The Democrats did not choose December 2025. It was a statutory extension. That was as far as the law would extend. They would have to negotiate for new subsidies after that. It was legally only able to extend it until this December. So the Democrats did not do it. 2, here's where we are. The initial shutdown was the Democrats. The Democrats shut it down because the Republicans refused to negotiate about extending the subsidies and restoring the medical and the food stamp program to the people that the Republicans shut off of it in July with the big, beautiful bill. The Republicans refused to talk about what they did, ending food stamps and taking away people's subsidies in the medical in July. So they just passed the big, beautiful bill without having a conversation with the Democrats. So initially the shutdown was the Democrats. 69% of the people now, surveys told when they exited the polling on Tuesday, said they blame the Republicans for the shutdown. Now, people have went to the courts twice to ask for them to release the food stamps. They are able to release the food stamps, they just don't want to. The program for the food stamps was developed in July. It was a whole program that said if a contingency of a shutdown happened, we can release food stamps. The government the Trump administration has refused. So once they refused, this became a Trump shutdown. They're the ones that are refusing to release the food stamps and open the government. The government has nothing to do with food stamps. Food stamps are different. The Trump administration is refusing to release the food stamps. This is their shutdown. 2, Ketanji P. Brown gave them 3-4 more days in order to get their shit together to release partial, to figure out why they could only release partial food stamps. So now, more than likely, Tuesday or Wednesday, they will have to be Monday or Tuesday, they have to release the funds. Okay? So this is where we're at. Now it is a Trump shutdown because they're refusing to do anything. The whole point is they're refusing to help the regular average everyday man with these medical subsidies. That's why they're having a whole conference and a whole speech about Medicaid and Medicare, because they don't want to put you back on it. They just want it to be privatized. Once it's privatized, the premiums will skyrocket because then they don't have to cover you. They don't have to do anything. This is the whole point. This is what Democrats are fighting for. They're fighting for health care, Medicaid, food stamps. They're fighting for all of those things. That's why they initially shut it down. Now, this is the Trump administration's shutdown, and everybody knows it. Except the zombies know it. Except the zombies.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
It wasn't serious. I'm going to write that down. Flower needs the rain. Mr. President,
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be.
If you want to ask a question, you want to make a statement, other people can read it, put it in the super chat. Otherwise, zombies continue to talk in the chat. Because the zombies don't do research, so let them keep talking.
Initiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, yesterday, Chuck Schumer, Minority Leader of the United States Senate, came to the floor with his most recent ransom note. Of course, it wasn't serious. It's dead on arrival. Senator Schumer is demanding that the U.S. government send a check directly to the insurance companies of America for the tune of tens and tens and tens of billions of dollars, right from the government, mainlined into the bank accounts of the insurance companies of America.
Do you understand what a zombie is, Joe? A zombie means the only thing you do is come in this door and say, I'm lying, and you don't have proof. Everything I have stated is factual. Everything I have stated is documented. It is documented that the Democrats stopped this bill, stopped this CR from going through. That's documented. Everybody knows the Democrats stopped this, started this shutdown. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that the Republicans put together a package in July in order to fund food stamps if a shutdown occurred. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows the House, the Senate, the White House belong to the Republicans. So therefore, they can release the food stamps if they want to. Everybody knows those things. Everybody knows that they went to court 2 times in order to stop from paying the food stamps. So why is it that you would come over here and say, I'm lying, when you know these are facts? I'm lying. You don't know. I'm lying about the facts. Stop it.
Chuck Schumer actually cuts the people, the American people, the taxpayers, out of the process. The people who are waiting for food, the people who are waiting for paychecks, the people who are protecting us,
Shut your ass.
cuts them out completely. Nope, direct money, Chuck Schumer, U.S. government, into the bank accounts of the insurance companies of America. Think about it. Direct payment, U.S. government to insurance companies, American people having absolutely nothing to say about how that money is spent. That's what Chuck Schumer wants. No accountability. What he said is if the Republicans will not send that $30 billion to insurance.
No, I have the flu and I don't have time to argue with Joel the zombie. I just don't have time to argue with zombies who don't do their facts. I thought we were all on the same page. Apparently we're not. So zombies mean you believe everything that you hear, you don't do any research, and you just come in the door talking about I'm lying. You want to talk? From here on out, put it in a super chat. I'm not answering questions like that.
Companies, and maybe
That's dumb. I don't have time. My voice is going to go away.
more than that, actually, if you do all the calculations. The Democrats are ready to keep the government closed, no paychecks, no food stamps, no military getting paid, nothing. Mr. President, this is a true reflection of the failure of Obamacare. Since Obamacare was passed by Democrats, and not a single Republican voted for it in the House or the Senate, Democrats alone, the costs of health care in this country have skyrocketed. You know what, Mr. President? So have the stock prices of the insurance companies. The average Obamacare premium has gone up by 221% since Obamacare passed. Remember when President Obama said that Obamacare would actually bring down prices? He said premiums would decrease by $2,500 apiece. It was a direct lie to the American people, and I believe Barack Obama knew it. He didn't seem to care. He was going to do anything he can to get a bill passed that was named after him. At the same time, since Obamacare became law, the stock prices of U.S. insurance companies has gone way up. Some by 500%, some by 1,000%, because the money goes directly from the federal government into the insurance companies' pockets. And what the Senate Democrats and Chuck Schumer has held this country hostage now for well over a month, well over 5 weeks. What does he want to do? He wants to just send them more money for one more year. Let's just send them all the checks again for one more year. Republicans believe the taxpayer dollar should go directly to the people that are making their own decisions about health care for their families, not the insurance companies. Let the American people decide what works for them and their families. Remember, it were the Democrats who broke health care in this country. They broke it the very day that they passed Obamacare. And you know, Mr. President, recently the liberal New York Times stated the obvious. This was a headline Sunday a week and a half ago. Obamacare is pricey. Right there, headline, top of the page.
Of course it's pricey. Obamacare was based on the individual mandate. The individual mandate said that regular, ordinary, healthy people could be in the pool of candidates, on top of the ones who had pre-existing conditions and the chronically ill. When the Republicans took away the individual mandate, that is when prices started to skyrocket. The Republicans took away the individual mandate. That was the first thing. That is what threw us down the slippery slide of the Obamacare being the way that it is. The individual mandate, and then they started tinkering around the edges, the Republicans, not funding this, not funding that. That's what happened to Obamacare. Where we are right now, this shutdown was initiated by the Democrats. The Republicans continued the shutdown, even though they could pay food stamps or pay for food stamps. They decided they were not going to pay for the food stamps. They were not going to put that separately, even though they developed a whole program, developed a whole contingency plan in July just for an occurrence like this. They had a shutdown fund for food stamps in July. The Republicans did it. They made it. So when it came around for them to use the food stamp contingency plan, they had money in the kitty, $6 billion or whatever. They decided they weren't going to use it for food stamps. They decided they were just going to let people starve. Democrats said, hey, you can release the food stamps, get the food stamp people money. They said, no, we weren't. They went to court twice. States went to court twice, sued them twice, won twice. The last ruling is from Jackson Brown, who said we're going to give the Trump administration a couple more days to come up with a way to release the food stamps, but they're going to release the food stamps. That's where we're at. This started out as a Democratic shutdown. Now it's turned into a Trump shutdown, refusing to pay for food stamps to the regular American people. We know these are facts. All of these are facts. All of these are facts. Nothing is a lie in what I've said. They refused every turn. They actually sued not to give up the food stamps, not to release the food stamps. Okay? This is where we are at. Not wanting to release the food stamps. And we have 69% of the electorate saying this is a Trump shutdown. Because we already know the facts. Democrats started it. They shut it down first because the Republicans took away Medicaid and food stamps in July with the big beautiful bill. Once the Republicans took it away in a big beautiful bill, the Democrats said, "Oh no, we're not gonna pass no bills unless you put that Medicaid and Medicare back in there for our American people." This is what happened. These are the facts. Everybody can look them up. Even you zombies can look them up.
Obamacare is pricey. Mr. President, I'm a doctor. I practiced medicine for 24 years in my home state of Wyoming. Chief of Staff of the Wyoming Medical Center in Casper, President of the State Medical Society. I'll tell you exactly what Obamacare is. It's a failure, it's broken, it's unaffordable. The American people know that. Now, Chuck Schumer and the Democrats want to spend and send another 30 or more billions of dollars to the insurance companies for the whole next year. This is a disgrace. It's not just a mistake, a disgrace. You know, Mr. President, there are Democrats that realize that Obamacare is a failure, failed to lower the cost of care, because just this week, on this very floor, Senator Peter Welch of Vermont admitted, quote, that Democrats did fail to bring down the cost of health care. You better believe they failed. We've been saying that.
It's exactly like that, Gloria. Gloria, it's exactly like Social Security would have been. If everybody paid into the pool of medical and everybody got the medical price would have been at a steady rate. And then, because most people before that could not get insurance unless it was sky high. You put healthy people on it. If you put healthy people on it right along with the people who have pre-existing and the ones who have chronic, you lower the price for everyone, which was the same as Social Security, sort of same thought process. But people didn't want to pay into their medical. No, not necessarily that they didn't want to pay, because it was a decent amount. What happened was the Republicans took it away. They took away the individual mandate because, like some goofy in the chat said, "Oh, why you making us pay for it? You making us pay for it. We get penalized to pay for it." Once they took the penalization away, people said, "Oh, fuck it, I ain't gonna get it." And so the prices skyrocketed because they have more people with chronic illnesses on it and pre-existing conditions on it. They have more of those people than they have to offset the cost. They don't have enough healthy people on it. So they don't have enough to offset the cost. That's why it's getting more and more expensive. And, raising other prices like normal insurance companies do. That's why there's a problem with Obamacare. But the Republicans refuse to do any kind of thought or fight. They refuse to do any kind of fight towards making it better. They want to take it away, but they don't have anything to replace it with. It'd be a different story if they said everybody can get on Medicaid, Medicare, but that's socialized medicine. Y'all be killing me with that socialized shit. Some of y'all just goofy. Don't know what you're talking about. Just goofy.
That for years. It's good to be here on the floor of the Senate. This is dramatic escalation from years before. And what did all of this extra spending by the Democrats buy? There's that much money floating around, Mr. President. The American people are left behind, don't have food to hungry children who outnumber the people on Obamacare right now by 2 to 1. That's what we're dealing with here. And not just once have they denied it, 14 times the Democrats have voted.
They understand completely why the Republicans keep railing against Obamacare. They all understand what they did to Obamacare. It was 3-4 different factors as to why Obamacare became the way it was. Obamacare first initially would have worked if people would have gotten medical insurance and kept the medical insurance. But once the individual mandate went away, that's when people say, oh, no, I don't want to I don't want to do that, X, Y, and Z. The whole point was to keep the costs down for the preconceived and the chronic. But now this is what they got. They weren't paying for illegal immigrants to have health care. Why you be repeating that kind of garbage? Why you be repeating that kind of garbage? Wow. It's a bunch of zombies in the chat who don't think. None of them did no critical thinking. That's why I got to keep repeating what's wrong with Obama. That's why I got to keep repeating where we are, because you guys don't do research. You just come in here and talk. They have money taken out already from Social Security and Medicare already. You're already paying for it. Just wild. Some of y'all just wild for no reason. Talking for no reason. Don't have no clue. But this is where we are. It started out as a Democratic shutdown. It became a Trump shutdown. That's where you're wrong, Damien. Maybe you need to listen to your orange God. Your orange God says smart people don't like me. Yes, smart people don't like you because we know you're full of crap. It's only people who are uninformed and who are in the zombie zone believe everything you say. So, 69% of the exit poll people said this was a Republican shutdown. 69% who were surveyed, this is a Republican shutdown. Can't get around what those people think. Can't get around it. There's not really any kind of critical thinking to be done. You just go off the facts. Democrats started this shutdown. Everybody knows the Democrats started the shutdown. Everybody knows that they started a contingency fund for food stamps in July. They started a food stamp program or hold in July just for this contingency. So it was money already available for them to give out food stamps. They went to court twice. Sued for Trump administration to give up the food stamp. Okay. No, that's an average. I'm sorry, Eric. 69% blame the Republicans. That's why y'all lost. The Republicans lost as bad as they did on Tuesday, because they believe that the Republicans is in charge. They have the House, the Senate, and they have the White House. They believe they're the ones who are in charge, and they're the ones who to blame. So it is what it is. So we are where we are because the Republicans refuse to give food stamps up, and the Republicans refuse to open up the government, even though they can do both of those. They can do both of those. They can release the funds, the food stamps now, and then they negotiate the price of the medical aid. And the Democrats released a bill or put a bill in motion to negotiate with the Republicans after the shutdown bill, as long as they say they're going to do a negotiation with the Democrats after the bill is signed up. The Republicans do not want to give them health care. The Republicans want to keep health care. They do not want to fund health care. They do not want to give food stamps. They cut them in July with the big, beautiful bill. Okay? They cut them in July. And here's the thing. We cannot deny that they have a stop on the food stamps. Nobody can deny that. Okay? The Republicans are in charge of the food stamps. So they can really, instead of calling me a liar, Tom, why don't you go prove me wrong? Because you can't prove me wrong. That's the problem. You can't prove me wrong. Because what I stated was facts. Nobody stated anything that was a lie. Eric, are you serious? Are you serious? You stop it. Y'all stop it. Nobody needs a source, Tom Brewer. Everybody knows the Democrats shut this down. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that they went court, that the Republicans went to court twice. Everybody knows that. Why do I need to cite a source? Everybody knows that. Wow. Nobody, wow. Everybody knows that the states sued the Republican, but the Trump administration. That's a fact. Everybody sued food stamps. They sued them because of the food stamps. Several states, and they lost twice. The states told them they had to give the food stamps up. What about that? Everybody knows. Everybody knows that, Tom, except you, Goofy. Those are facts. I'm not saying anything nobody else said. They lost the disputes twice. They lost the disputes about food stamps twice. The last time they lost was with Ketanji Jackson Brown, who told them they were going to give them a couple days in order to disperse the funds. That was the last ruling. The Supreme Court ruling told them to release the funds. They have a couple days to release the funds. That is the Supreme Court saying that. Those are facts. Go look them up. Man, that's wild to me. They over here caping for rich people. That's wild to me. Y'all don't know it. Just crazy. Just crazy. You all hit the like button and the subscribe button, please, and thank you. We have people in the chat. We have people in the chat who do not do research, who do not read, who want to dispute the facts that I've put on the table. I haven't disputed it. I haven't said anything that was a lie. Okay? You haven't heard it. That's the whole point, Eric. You need to get yourself informed. You need to read. It's a simple lookup. It's a simple lookup in the court records. It's a simple lookup in the court documents. The Trump administration went to court 3 times. 2 times. I'm sorry. They got sued 2 times to put food stamps on the table. 2 times. The courts told them to get them damn food over there. They said, we ain't doing that because we don't know. Ketanji Brown was the last one they talked to, and she said, get the food on the table because y'all can. And this is where we're at a Trump shutdown, which is 69% of the people polled coming out of the polling on Tuesday said they blame the Republicans. So it is what it is. It started out as a Schumer shutdown. Now it's a Trump shutdown. Okay? Now it's a Trump shutdown. Because the people say it's a Trump shutdown. It is what it is. Yeah, they are. That's basically what's going on, Rainbow. Broke people are out here caping for the rich people. They had no problem giving the rich people money this summer. Why do we have a problem giving the money to the poor people now? No, we don't always blame Trump, but this time it's squarely on Trump's shoulders because he refused to give the people the money. He refused to give the food stamps the way he's supposed to, legally. They told him 3 times that he has to give it up legally. So it is what it is. You got a question, put it in a super chat. Y'all love to come over here and just talk. You want to talk? Put it in a super chat. Other than that, we ain't talking. You're going to put it in a super chat. So it is what it is. Because Not gonna fight you. Not gonna fight you goofies, and you goofies don't want to do no research. Nobody wants to do research, yet they want to stand here and talk. They want to have a conversation with you, but don't want to talk. But don't want to do no research. Want you to do all the research. They don't want to do no research. They just want to talk, say whatever they want to say. That is not how that works. Okay. You want to talk to someone, have the facts in hand. Don't have garbage facts. Have the facts in hand. But that is what it is. Have the facts in hand. Yeah. It's squarely the Democrats started it, and now the Republicans in the Republicans' hands. Okay. It's a Republican shutdown. That's what people are saying. So it is what it is. And we just gotta that's the one thing we accept. We accept that. It is what it is. And we want the government to open up the government. We want them to open it up. But they don't want to do that. Come on. So we waiting for them to do their procedural things, and then we will get back to it. We will get back to it. Sure will. Hopefully we can get this country back on track with the things that they have to do. Okay. Hopefully they can get this back on track. Release the food stamps to the people. People have nothing to do with that. They're over here caping. And that's the only way we can look at it. You maggots are only over here caping for rich people. That's the only way we can look at it. We can't look at it no other way except you over here caping for the rich people. Trying so hard to say it's not the Republicans' fault. Yes, it is their fault. They're the ones who are in charge. They don't have the court said it's you guys that can change. You guys can do it. You guys can release all the food stamps. They said they didn't want to do it. That's what they said. We don't want to do it. We don't want no food stamps. We don't want to turn on food stamps for nobody. Okay? Nobody's blaming any rich people. Nobody doing none of that. What we are saying is you got your money in the summer. Give the money to the poor people now. Give the poor people their money. Give the poor people their food stamps. Nobody's angry at that. Nobody whatsoever is angry with her. Nobody. That's wild. Wild. No, I know. None of them is rich. Nobody is rich. They over here caping for the rich people. We don't give a damn about Elon being a trillionaire. Elon can be a trillionaire, a billionaire, a millionaire, a skillionaire. We don't care. What you mean? We don't care about Elon Musk. He a foreigner. He's some foreign dude that we don't give a damn about. Okay? Notice he ain't in the news all that much. He was only in the news when he was over here tinkering with our money. Now that he ain't in the news, we don't give a damn about no Elon Musk. Just another billionaire that came over here fucking with Trump. Have y'all noticed at all? The only thing Trump got is millionaire friends that he give all you goofy people money to. Y'all notice that he gives all y'all money to these rich friends of his? Always giving our money to rich motherfuckers. Never wanting to do anything for the poor people. Always doing something for the rich. Never for the poor. I didn't say he wasn't all over the news, Joe. I said people who put America first don't give a damn about Elon Musk. Jesus. Understand wording. Of course they're profiting off Trump. Of course. They're doing everything they can to make as much money from this man. And he's letting them do it. Because that was the whole signal to the rich people when he got elected. Didn't all of them go over there and try to bend the knee? Didn't they all go over there and try to bend the knee, okay, to the Trump organization so you could do things for me? Okay. We didn't get us people who make between 30 and 50,000, 150,000. We didn't get jack shit for the big beautiful bill. We ain't got nothing this past administration because he didn't put anything in place to help us poor people. Somebody put in the chat what he did in the big beautiful bill that gives regular ordinary people money. Somebody put in the chat what he did in that big beautiful bill that gave 30 to 60 or to $150,000 people something. Nothing. Mm. Nobody can put anything in the chat. It is what it is. It is what it is. 'Cause there's no help. There's no help coming. We don't get no tax breaks. Sure have. Sure have. You're still paying the same amount of money. Well, I ain't checked my 401k. It'd be interesting to see what's on the 401k. It'd be interesting to see how much I got in my 401k. I don't know. The stock market was good under Biden too, so that's wild. Sure he is, Donna. Sure he is. I don't know. He didn't do anything for the people that make 30 to 150,000. He didn't do anything for those people. He didn't do a thing for those people. Whether you black, white, or Mexican, he didn't do a thing for us people in 30 between 30 and 150,000. When you come over here talking about American people are lazy, they need to get off their ass, that tells me that you caping for the rich man. You caping for that rich man who got that cut this summer. That's wild. Poor man caping for the rich man. You let a scammer take your money and give it to rich people. A scammer took your money and gave it to rich people. Now you over here caping for rich people. Make it make sense. No tax on tips. That don't mean nothing. No tax on tips and no tax on overtime. That means nothing. It's so negligible with the food going as high as it's going every day. That tax you getting in the end don't mean nothing. All that means nothing. Sure, I don't. I don't work. Of course, I don't work. Of course, I don't work. Obviously, I don't work. That's crazy. You're still over here caping for rich people. Caping for rich people. That's crazy. Idiot. If you can be producing base that shows me proof that means nothing. Food increases highly slowed down. Food increases haven't slowed down. That's a lie. Hold on, let me show y'all something. Let me show you something. Why they doing what they doing? Why they always doing what they doing? I don't know. Hold on.
Thank you. My name is Neil Katyal. I argued on behalf of the private parties, the small businesses in this case at the Supreme Court. I want to begin by thanking the Liberty Justice Center, and in particular its director, Sarah Albrecht, for the brilliant brains behind the operation. They were integral to everything you saw in the argument today. And we appreciated very much the chance to present our to the Supreme Court. The justices asked tough questions, but fair questions, and very thoughtful ones. Our message today is simple. The Constitution, our framers, 238 years of American history, all say only Congress has the power to impose tariffs on the American people, and tariffs are nothing but taxes on the American people, paid by Americans. This case is not about the president, it's about the presidency. It's not about partisanship, it's about principle. And above all, it's about upholding the majestic separation of powers laced into our Constitution that is the foundation for our government. We thank the justices today for their extensive questioning in this case, and we look forward to the resolution.
Thanks, Neil. Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Albrecht from the Liberty Justice Center, and I have the pleasure of working with Michael McConnell and Neil and our private plaintiffs on behalf of all small businesses in the United States. We are very proud to have brought this case to challenge unlawful and unconstitutional tariffs that are devastating small businesses across the country. Like all Americans, we are endowed with the right to take our government to court when it violates the law or defies the Constitution. In this case, it did both. These unilateral tariffs imposed without congressional authorization are unlawful. IEPA does not permit the president to issue this kind of sweeping arbitrary tariffs at issue in this case. They're also unconstitutional. Tariffs are taxes, and the Constitution grants taxes to Congress, not the president. Our founders designed a system of separation of powers to prevent exactly this kind of unilateral, lawless action. We thank the court for their time and look forward to the resolution of this matter.
Hi there, everyone. Thank you for coming today. I'm Victor Owen Schwartz, founder of VOS Selections. For nearly 40 years, my family has built this business from the ground up. Today, reckless tariffs threaten everything we've achieved. Let's be clear. These tariffs aren't paid by foreign governments or companies. It's American businesses like mine and American consumers that are footing the bill for the billions of dollars collected monthly by our government. Unlike past tariffs set by Congress that we could plan around, these new tariffs are arbitrary. They're unpredictable and they're bad for business. They've thrown my family business and thousands of others into chaos. The pain has been felt across the country from warehouse workers and truckers to retailers and restaurateurs. That's why I joined this lawsuit. I was shocked that those with more power and money did not step up. The reason I was able to file this case is because the Liberty Justice Center did step up and offered 100% pro bono legal services to me and other affected small businesses. When I was given the chance to speak up for small American businesses, I took it. I had to. Our very survival is at stake. I'm grateful to the Liberty Justice Center and our legal team for their vigorous advocacy. And I urge the court to recognize the real harm these tariffs inflict on American families and businesses. Thank you.
These are the people who actually argued against the Trump taxes. So now I guess the decision is in the Supreme Court's hands. These are all the people that sued and the people that argued that the Trump tariffs were illegal. So they're coming out and doing their press conference, and we shall see. It looks like the Supreme Court are going to strike down all of those tariffs that Trump put in place because they're unconstitutional. It is what it is.
Thank you, guys.
Can you confirm that John Mulaney was there because of your friends?
Bill, you're dumb. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I don't call you dumb. I'm sorry, Bill. These people right here are some of the smartest people in this country who just argued for the tariffs. Only Congress can make tariffs. The president is overstepping his bounds. People sued. Now the Supreme Court is about to tell Donald Trump, you overstepped your bounds. Sit your ass down. Start doing stuff that you ain't supposed to be doing. He's doing it unconstitutionally. That's why they're suing.
Yes. Thank you.
This was a press conference from the people who argued in front of the Supreme Court. Just dumb, Eric. You just dumb. It's a zombie. You're another zombie. Be quiet. This ain't no misinformation. Y'all can't decipher between good information and bad information. That's wild. That everybody knows they went to the Supreme Court. The hearing for it was last week. Wow. They presented oral arguments for the tariffs last week. These are the people who argued for the tariffs being unconstitutional. Just wild. That's why I call you all zombies, because you don't do no research. You just open up your mouth and say, I'm lying, and don't have no facts to back it up. I just presented to you the people who did the argument, and you told me, no, that's some libertarian, that's some lefty stuff. That's some lefty stuff. We can't believe the people. We can't believe the people who actually did the argument. We can't believe none of them. They be lying. Whew, Lord have mercy. That's why we tell you to do your own research. That way, you don't have to worry about nobody lying to you. You have the facts on hand. But can't nobody tell you nothing. Y'all smarter than these people. Somebody said these some lying libertarians. Y'all smarter than the people who argued the case. Y'all smarter than the people who argued the case. That don't even make no sense. What sense do that make? Okay, so now we finna hear the other group. Let's hear the other group. Let's hear the defense of the Trump tariffs. Wait a minute, let's see. Let's hear the defense. Hold on. We might as well hear the other side. Let's go.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dan Rayfield, Attorney General for the state of Oregon. We're proud to bring this case today. I think there was something that was incredibly important that was said today, and it wasn't said by any of our attorneys. It was said by President Donald Trump's Solicitor General when he looked Justice Roberts squarely in the eyes and said the American people, not foreign countries, but the American people are going to pay 30 to 80% of these tariffs, and then had the gall to look all of those justices again in the eye and say that these are not taxes on the American people. And they're doing it by abusing an emergency power. And I think that was the conversation that we heard today. Very proud of our attorneys and proud to have these.
Oh, these are other lawyers. These are other small business people who sued the Trump administration against the tariffs. This is another group that sued the Trump administration.
Amazing partners in AG Mays and AG Bonta along in this incredibly important fight when America's facing an affordability crisis.
Thank you, AG Rayfield. I'm Chris Mays. I'm the Attorney General of Arizona, and I would just echo those comments. This was, we feel really good about the arguments today and the questions that were asked by the justices. But, you know, we brought this case, and this case is so important. Maybe the most important case that this court has heard in 100 years, especially to our economy and to consumers and to businesses large and small. And that's why we brought this case, because number one, these tariffs are illegal. They were not predicated in the law or the Constitution, but most importantly, they are impacting the people of our states. We have small businesses in Arizona that are going out of business every day. I've talked to a furniture manufacturer, a restaurateur, a hotel owner, cattle ranchers along the southern border of Arizona, all of whom are struggling because of these tariffs and because they're raising prices on the people of this country. And so we needed to come here and we need to win this case. And that's why we're here. We appreciate the opportunity to make these arguments. And I'll turn it over to my colleague, Rob Bonta.
Thank you, everyone. Rob Bonta, California Attorney General, and grateful to be here with my colleagues on behalf of the states that have brought suit to support the American people who deserve better, who deserve to not have costs raised, who deserve to not be the victims of unlawful tariffs. Tariffs are taxes. Congress has the power to impose taxes. The president does not. He has used tariffs in a sweeping manner to impose 10 to 145% taxes on nearly every one of our trade partners, and workers are suffering, businesses are suffering, families across the country are suffering because of his unlawful conduct. And California is the fourth largest economy in the world, the biggest state in the nation. We are the largest importer of any state, the second largest exporter, the largest exporter of ag. We're the biggest manufacturer. We have an outsized economy, so these tariffs have an outsized impact on the people of our state and on our state. So I thought the argument surfaced all the key issues, and we are hopeful for a decision. We won't predict or speculate about what might happen, but I thought it was a great argument, and we hope that when the decision is made by the Supreme Court, we will be able to deliver the relief that Americans deserve, to have their costs lowered and not have a president who acts brazenly and blatantly in lawless manners, as he has done with the violation of the law here, when he has no statutory authority to impose these taxes. And we're happy to answer your questions.
Attorney General Mays?
Yes.
You've joined or filed 30 different lawsuits since January, since Trump came in for a second term.
Rob's filed more. So is Dan, but anyway. But who's counting?
You mentioned the impact this could have on everyday Arizonans. What's at stake if this lawsuit in particular, when it comes to tariffs, isn't successful?
Yeah, I mean, I think all three of us feel a very heavy burden today because we know that we have to win this case. What is at stake for the state of Arizona, like all the states, frankly, is that prices, if we don't win and these tariffs are allowed to stay in place, prices are going to continue to go up. These are taxes. Americans are now dealing with an average 17.5% national sales tax because of these tariffs. That's what this is. And so what's going to happen is consumers are going to continue to pay more. It's going to be a really rough Thanksgiving. It's going to be a really rough Christmas and holiday season. And our small businesses are going to continue to go out of business if these tariffs are allowed to stay in place. And so the stakes of this particular argument could not possibly be higher for our country and for our economy.
I'm Phoenix White with Little Evening News. Could you share a little bit more about what the justices said today about the major question doctrine?
I mean, I'll take that first, but I thought it was really interesting. You know, there were obviously multiple justices who raised the major questions doctrine issue. This is a court that has, favored the idea that when an agency does something that is extraordinary and major, it cannot do so without going to Congress first. And a couple of the justices compared the tariff scheme that Trump put in place to a major question or the major question doctrine. I thought that was a really good sign. We'll see. Again, we're not going to predict anything, but I thought it was a good sign for the plaintiffs, for us.
As it is, speaking of all those dozen of cases, some critics argue that some of your lawsuits are driven by the partisan motive. How do you respond to that?
By what?
Partisan motive.
Oh, look, I mean, and I'll let my colleagues answer this too. Our lawsuits are driven by the law and by the Constitution. Look, is it on my bucket list to sue Donald Trump? Absolutely not. This is not what I get up every day wanting to do. But if Donald Trump decides to violate the Constitution, violate statute, or harm the people of Arizona, I'm going to file that lawsuit. And the 30 lawsuits that I have entered the state of Arizona into have saved the state of Arizona $1.5 billion. And it's interesting that the Republican AGs are not filing these lawsuits, and as a result, their people are losing billions of dollars.
And I would also just, when you look at the partisan thing, look at we're talking about whether any lawsuit is partisan. We have a very sterile analysis. Are Oregonians being harmed? If the answer is yes, is the Constitution or law being violated? If the answer to those two questions are yes, we're filing a lawsuit. And what everybody should note is in all of these cases where we've sought immediate relief, we've been overwhelmingly successful. Look at this tariff case right now. We have judges that were appointed by Trump, multiple judges that ruled in our favor, because these are foundational principles of how our democracy is put together. And I think you saw that here today, that a lot of this stuff, it doesn't matter where you come from, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. These are incredibly important issues.
The lady said something real important. She said the Republican states are not filing lawsuits against Donald Trump, even though they're getting harmed more because they don't make as much money, or they don't give as much money. They're being harmed more by these tariffs. That's crazy.
That are affecting all of us, and right now it's our pocketbooks.
Justice Alito mentioned the irony of Neil Katyal arguing in favor of the non-delegation doctrine. What if you just speak to the broader irony of having a Republican president arguing in favor of what is arguably tax increases, and Democratic lawyers arguing using the major question doctrine and non-delegation doctrine, and just kind of the broader kind of inversion at play there?
I mean, I would just say that if you watch the Netflix, what is the thing that we're in the world of the upside down, right? You have
Stranger Things.
Stranger Things, right? We're in the world of the upside down. If you go back to Ronald Reagan, and Canada was doing this, right? They're literally putting ads on TV of Ronald Reagan, and then our president, gets incredibly sensitive. He's thin-skinned, and then all of a sudden he increases tariffs again. What a better argument for what's going on right now. But effectively, tariffs can be a very helpful tool in trade when you have someone that's trying to manipulate markets. We want to have fair, balanced competition. But in a case right now where we're being used punitively, where there aren't emergencies and they're taking powers away from Congress, that's what this is really about. So I see consistency in how we're using this case and how we're using this in the impacts of tariffs. Very consistent, but it is odd to me to have free trade Republicans fearful to speak out, and you have the Canadian government using the standard bearer for the American Republican Party, Ronald Reagan, against themselves.
That's wild. He's saying the Republicans should be standing up and the Republicans are derelict in their duty. That's why they need to lose their jobs. They're scared to stand up against this lawless president. That's what he's saying.
Could I just add to that? I'm a former Republican, okay? I'm a former Republican from the great state of Arizona. It is insane and bizarre that we have a president of the United States right now who is engaged in an almost 18% national sales tax that violates the Constitution and violates federal law. So this is not the Republican Party that I used to belong to at all, ever. It is not something that Republicans used to believe in, but they are now allowing it to happen out of the White House and saying nothing about it at Congress, in Congress.
You're right, Bill. Oh, you only got one question about remedies from Justice Barrett. I'm wondering what you made of that question generally, and what specifically you think what an adequate remedy would look like from this court in this case.
When I think about remedies of what this president has done, because I'm absolutely positive that his lawyers looked him in the eyes and said, hey, what you're doing is debatably not constitutional. You debatably don't have the power to do it. He did it anyway. And he did it in a way that our small businesses and consumers and everybody across this country are paying for the bill. I teach my son, when you screw up, you make it right. And I believe that's what the president needs to do.
So what should that look like? Like a refund for all Oregonian importers? Or what exactly were you hoping that relief looks like there?
No, the implementation of how you make it right needs to be done in a conversation with the appropriate government agencies. In a perfect world, right? If you paid a given tariff out as a small business, especially when you've got small margins to get through each month, that money should be repaid back.
I just want to make a comment about state AGs who have come together. First, I want to say I'm very proud to be with this incredible coalition of AGs who've together brought over 50 cases. I want to also say that we're winning over 80% of these cases, so we're prevailing. We don't ask ourselves a partisan question, we ask ourselves a legal question. Is the president breaking the law? That's the only question. If the law and the facts indicate that he is, then, and he's hurting our states, then we sue him. If the facts and the law indicate that he's complying with the law, we don't sue him. We don't want to sue him. We hope that the president will follow the law. Not a lot to ask that the president of the United States of America follow the law and comply with the Constitution, but he is repeatedly breaking the law. And so we meet him at the boundaries of his authority, and we say, you shall not cross here, you cannot pass here, you cannot move beyond this authority and do unlawful things. You can only do lawful things. And so that's why we're here today. And the unlawful action that he has taken is hurting the American people, hurting the people in our states, hurting businesses, families, and workers, and we're here to make things right, and hopefully we'll get a remedy from this court. Thank you.
If the president uses Section 338 to impose similar tariffs, are we going to be back here in a few months?
We'll have to see what he does next. This, as the advocates for the states and for our side had indicated, this is about whether he has the authority under IEPA. He doesn't. So if he's going to impose, maybe he'll say, I'm not going to impose any tariffs. I was unlawful. You stopped me. I'm done. Maybe he'll say, I will come back. We'll have to assess what he does and what they look like, and we'll have to match his actions to the law to see if it complies. Again, if it doesn't comply, we'll sue him. If it does comply, then he may do lawful things, as I've stated. So we'll have to assess what he does next and decide our next action based on that assessment.
Did we tire you out?
If the Supreme Court rules for the DOJ, do you have some backup as well, or is there nothing else you could do in that situation?
I can't.
So I think the question was, do we have a backup plan if the Supreme Court doesn't rule our way? And so I think we all feel like we're going to wait for this court to rule. We feel good about the arguments that were made, and we feel good about the questions that came back from this bench. And so, we are hoping for a positive result. We are hoping that this court will decide that the administration violated the Constitution and IEPA. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But I'll tell you what, these tariffs need to go away. We needed to slay this dragon called tariffs or taxes. because the people of this country are hurting. They are now laboring under the triple whammy of ACA price increases, SNAP benefits not coming through in Thanksgiving, and tariffs that are driving up inflation. We need to win this case, and we're really hoping that we do.
So she said violation of IEPA. IEPA is a federal law enacted. A federal law enacted, right? It gives the president broad authority to regulate international economic transactions, right? Which is tariffs. It gives him a broad, when a national emergency has occurred, is declared in response to an unusual and an extraordinary threat, which has its source in a whole substantial part outside the United States. So he cannot do that because he has not proven that there is a unusual and extraordinary threat to the United States. That's why he imposed these tariffs, and they're saying he violated that IEPA. So that is an IEPA federal law that they say he's violating.
Thank you. We got time for one more question, one or two.
Thank you, Rachel. Do you know Mr. Gutman practiced the donut hole pastry line?
Don't explain facts to zombies. Zombies know how to look shit up. This is the group of people that sued Donald Trump for his unlawful taxes. Taxes can only be imposed. Tariffs can only be imposed by Congress. They overstep their bounds. They cannot do that. These are the cases. These are the lawsuits. See, the people who put Trump in place knew that they were going to violate laws. They knew that they were going to have to go to court against him. But it took months and months for them to get to court. So by that time, the damage to the United States is already done. The damage is done. They knew that it would take it because you cannot make law. You cannot make law, and this is for the goofies in the back. You cannot make law by EO. That is what Donald Trump calls himself doing, making laws by EO. You cannot do that.
It's actually dominated the last month of our interaction. We were like, do we want to do a croissant? Do we want to pronounce it the way that the French pronounce croissant? Are we going to stay American and pronounce? Are those croissants tariffed? A lot of questions that we've had over the last month to prepare for this moment in time. Yeah.
The other last important news over the non-delegation document has been so long it's been brought up. So it's hard to understand. There's a new conflict, right? We had to deal with this conflict between branches.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true because it's been a long time since we've had a president who was willing to violate the Constitution on a near weekly basis. And so we are seeing concepts come up like the non-delegation doctrine, like separation of powers, that haven't been a problem for hundreds of years or certainly decades. And so, it's the Supreme Court is having to grapple with these concepts, and we are having to file lawsuits based on them because no president has violated the law and the Constitution as much as this one has.
Last question.
General, you mentioned consistency before. Just to follow up my question before, do you see consistency in how Democratic attorney generals and governments have applied the major questions doctrine previously during the Biden era and now?
Yeah, and I can't speak to how prior AGs have applied the major questions because people have been on both sides of this fence throughout the way. But what we talk about is what is the current structure of our case law here in America today. That is what needs to be applied to the rules that are going on right now. And the truth of the matter is you heard them today talk about that $4 trillion of tariff revenue. If you use even 25%, that's lower than the math that they told the justice. That's a $1 trillion hidden tax on the American people. $1 trillion. And there wasn't a single vote taken in that building over there. And that's what the Constitution requires when you're raising revenue in this country. And right now, if you allow this, the president to continue to do this, you can raise taxes on anything. Hidden taxes left and right on any good, any amount, for any duration, and all of us are going to pay the cost. That's why this is so important. And kind of getting back to the question, if we were to lose this case, it's an important conversation for the American people to say, is this what we really want in our country? And it allows Congress to have information to cabin the authority of the president if we are. Because this is an American conversation because we're all paying for it as Americans.
Thank you all so much.
Every day gets better for us. If you're trying to get through the airport today, probably not true. If you're working for the government not getting paid, not a good day for you, not a good day for us, not a good day for the country. This has been going on way too long. Too many people are being damaged for no good purpose. We're not going to be extorted, held hostage. You're not going to terrorize the country to make us do something that makes no sense. We'd like to work on health care, but we're not going to extend the debacle called Obamacare. So every day gets better for us. You need to ask yourself in America, is that true for you? I don't think so. Let me tell you who has a good day today. The healthcare insurance companies. In 2024, United Healthcare made $817 per day under Obamacare. So it's definitely a good day for them. Cigna, $677. Anthem, Elevance, whatever they are, $480 million. Centene, $447 million. CVS, $358. Humana, $322. And lowly, Molina, $112.
39 days into the crisis, the FAA has ordered a 10% cut of flights at America's busiest airports, and Secretary Duffy warned it could soon reach 20%. As of this morning, over 1,000 flights have been canceled. Travelers are standing in line for hours just to get through security. Parents traveling to see their kids have had their plans turned upside down. People traveling for funerals, family reunions, business trips have all too often been met with chaos. But what's happening at America's airports right now is not an accident, it's a stunt. Look at the way the order was designed. 4% of flights canceled yesterday at 40 major airports, with plans to ramp up day to day until it hits 10% and maybe 20%. How much more transparently political can you get? This isn't about safety. It's about politics masquerading as safety. When air traffic controllers are working without pay, when the system is strained to its limit, the solution isn't to cancel flights. It's to pay the worker and open up the government, which the administration could do right now. As I understand it, under previous shutdowns, airports were never shut down. But again, the level that this administration, the level that they will go to, putting the American people in discomfort and worse, is unprecedented. Instead of negotiating with Democrats to lower costs, Republicans would rather let air traffic controllers go unpaid. Instead of negotiating with Democrats to reopen the government, they'd rather ground flights. Instead of negotiating with Democrats to help families, they're punishing travelers. Instead of governing, Republicans are playing games with people's livelihoods. And they have the ability to pay the air traffic controllers like they sent money, just as Trump sent money to Argentina, $20 billion. If they wanted to find the money, they could. Absolutely. So why? Why have Republicans dragged this shutdown on for so long? Because they don't want to lower health care costs. Because they seem happy to let 24 million Americans see their premiums double on average. Yesterday, we offered Republicans a perfectly reasonable compromise to get out of this horrible shutdown that they installed on the American people. We offered three things. We all vote to reopen the government. We all approve a one-time temporary extension of current ACA premium tax credits, and then after we reopen, we'll negotiate, as Republicans say they want, for longer-term fixes to ACA affordability.
Will the senator yield for a question?
No, only after I finish. I know many Republicans stormed out the gate to dismiss this offer, but that's a terrible mistake. Our offer is not a new policy. This is not negotiating in a shutdown. It's simply agreeing to maintain current funding levels. A one-year extension is something many Republicans themselves have said they want. It's something a great many Americans support. 55% of Trump supporters support it, after all. So it's alarming that Republicans even refuse to acknowledge we have an immediate crisis right now that needs fixing. Listen to the arguments Republicans have been making on the floor. Just listen. Republicans are making it clear as day that they are happy to let premiums skyrocket. Behind me is the consequence. Look at this across America in states red and blue. The black areas are districts that would increase subsidies, that subsidy costs would increase that insurance payments for people would increase 300%. Dark blue 200 to 300, and the list goes on. Look how bad it is. Every single state's impacted, most of all Republican states. Look, if Republicans want to talk about long-term fixes to ACA affordability, Democrats are ready. We said so yesterday. But in the meantime, doing nothing is derelict because people will go bankrupt, people will lose insurance, people will get sicker. And that's what will happen if this Congress fails to act. Republicans must act. I yield to my colleague from Ohio.
Thank you to the Democrat leader for yielding to a question. Have you put forward a proposal that we can read that you referenced in your speech, what says a clean continuing resolution with the extension of the ACA Biden COVID credits?
Yes, as we spoke yesterday.
So there is
I will not be interrupted.
No, my question is there a proposal in writing that we can read?
There is a proposal that is very simple. First, you haven't put your proposed ACA, your proposed fix to the ACA, the new one, which Leader Thune has spoken about on the floor, so we can't give you a counter in writing. But it's very simple, because we have two sentences we would add to any proposal, which would extend the ACA benefits for 1 year. That's all, plain and simple. And the leader can put that in his proposal on opening up the government. So it doesn't need a vote. It can't be blocked by anybody. It's the right thing to do.
Would it still have no income caps, so people who make $1 million, $2, $3 million a year?
As we said, if he would have listened to my speech yesterday, once we pass the 1 year fix, so people right now aren't in difficulty, we would sit and negotiate that. The leader has said he won't negotiate before. We're willing to negotiate once the credits are extended, plain and simple. And we made that in our proposal yesterday.
So for 1 year, people making millions of dollars would still receive these COVID-era subsidies?
The bottom line is the senator from Ohio ignores that 99% of people, you want to hurt people making $10,000, $50,000, $90,000 and hold this up? We can fix what the gentleman said in a negotiation, but don't have people who are every day being hurt by paying thousands of dollars more that they can't afford.
That's what he's arguing about. The young senator is over there talking about, oh, so there's 100 people in the room and 2 of those people make over $1 million. So you're going to extend the tax cut? You're going to extend the ACA for those 2 million? But there's still 98 in the room that need it? So you worried about the Republicans always worry about the 2 that got $1 million. They never worry about the 98 that don't. That's the whole point. And Schumer is saying, stop worrying about the 2 who are the millionaires. Let's deal with the people, the 98 that ain't no millionaires.
I know that the senator from Ohio cares about the billionaires. We care about average working people. I yield the floor.
So just to be clear, Mr. President.
It's recognized.
So just to be clear, what you heard from the minority leader was the following. I just want to recap it for those of you who might have missed. Number one, he acknowledged that the Democrats have actually not put forward a written proposal that people could look at. Number two, he acknowledged that his plan would be to allow millionaires, let me just say that clearly, people making millions of dollars would receive Biden-era COVID Obamacare subsidies. You heard that right. No income cap. I was going to ask him before he stormed out of the room, because evidently he doesn't want to hear any opposing views or actually engage in meaningful negotiation. He would have heard me ask the next question, Madam President, which is, would he continue $0 premiums, which we know for a fact have enormous levels of fraud? If he had stayed, I would have asked him a third question. Does he want these monies to go directly to insurance companies? Let me repeat that, Madam President, because I don't think the American people have been told the truth here. This money does not go to people on Obamacare. This is a check written from the federal government to the wealthiest insurance companies on the planet.
Why is he arguing about money going to the wealthy people? You didn't mind that money going to the wealthy people this summer. They didn't mind wealthy people getting those tax credits. They didn't mind that Argentina getting that $40 billion. Now they worried about money going to the insurance company. You wasn't worried about that before. Don't come over here worrying about that now. That's the way I look at it. You didn't worry about it before when you gave the rich tax cuts. Don't worry about what the subsidies for what are going for the health care. Give those poor people their health care. I know everybody want Trump. What Trump want everybody to have this Trump RX. You see what he doing, shyster motherfucker.
He wants no income caps, millionaires getting COVID subsidies. He wants $0 premiums that are filled with fraud. And he wants to enrich insurance companies even more. And because he can't get that, here's the irony. There's federal workers, military, TSA, the clerks here that aren't receiving paychecks that might get their health insurance canceled because we're not sending the premiums in. He's doing this to help people who have made millions of dollars already.
Now the Democrats is helping the millionaires. This is the story they trying to spin. The Democrats are now helping the millionaires with the I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And the American people say they still blame you Republicans. They still blame you Republicans. It's a shit ass party.
Ready with this flawed healthcare system. And, Madam President, to make it worse, he admitted right here on the floor of the United States Senate, the minority leader admitted that he has actually not submitted a written proposal. And maybe they even own those stocks. Things for people out there to listen to and think about. I'll yield the floor now.
Thank you, Senator Moreno. And I think Senator Moreno...
Gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank you. I think Senator Moreno, and frankly, Senator Schumer, they are reflecting the frustration the American people have. I'm going to give a speech which is substantially the same as what I gave last night, and I'll give it again later today. It's like TV advertising. I need people to actually listen to what I am saying as opposed to immediately presuming they know what I'm going to say, and we end in the same dadgum situation we've been for 39 days. We need to open the government. So, if we need to talk about health care to open the government, let's talk about health care. Now, and again, I worked for 20 years in a public hospital for the uninsured and the poorly insured. I know the consequences of this inflation that we have been having when it comes to health insurance. I know the impact it's having upon people as to whether or not, my gosh, can I even afford to keep it? So Congress, Senate, let's find a solution. But to find a solution, we have to put down the way we've always thought. The way that, oh my gosh, we are going to oppose if the other side proposes it just because the other side proposes. We've got to actually move beyond the entrenched way of thinking and be creative. So, and may I point out an irony here? Senator Moreno talked about irony. Right now, the Republicans are trying to return to the original ACA model in which money went straight to the patient, but not to the insurance company. At some point, it wasn't funded, and so the first Trump administration allowed a workaround, and that workaround has led to these high premiums. Democrats are going to the mattress to defend a workaround from the first Trump administration that was trying to make up for a portion of the Affordable Care Act that could not be implemented. They should be saying, let's go kind of back to the model of how the Affordable Care Act was supposed to be implemented. Instead, they're defending Trump 1 policies. I don't even know if they know that, but it's their my gosh, I got to oppose just to oppose, that's going to defeat us getting out of this lockdown. So let's just talk about the enhanced premium tax credit. Again, a program that sends billions. This coming year, $26 billion will go to insurers if all we do is a straight-out reauthorization. But that actually doesn't make health care less affordable. And in fact, even for health insurance, it can make the policy more expensive for many of those who are in the individual market. Now, let me make clear now. I am not. Are we ready for a thing? And by the way, let me just show this chart as to the impact this is having upon health insurers. This is major health insurance company stock performance after the passage of Obamacare, from March 2010 to November 2025. For United Health Group, they're up almost 1,200%. For Cigna, 800%. And you can go down the line. Now, I'm not bashing insurance companies. We need them. But do we really need to send $26 billion more this year when we can send it straight to the patient? By the way, and we're not talking about doing away with every part of the health insurance program, just that portion currently being funded by the enhanced premium tax credits. And so when Senator Moreno talks about these dollars going to insurance companies, we can see the impact of that upon their stock price. It's done great. So let's maybe do something different. Let's, instead of worried about the pocketbook of the insurance company, let's worry about the pocketbook of our fellow American who's paying these higher costs. Now, instead of paying the insurance company to manage the care, my proposal is to have a pre-funded federal flexible spending account. Now, before I go into that detail, let's talk about the problems of the enhanced premium tax credits. And by the way, this is Bill Cassidy talking. This is not the chairman of the Help Committee. This is not the Trump administration. This is not the leader of the Senate. This is my proposal, and I don't attribute it to anybody, although I'll note that the president apparently is in support. And right now I'm speaking to my colleagues, and I'm speaking to Americans who might be watching. Now, under the enhanced premium tax credit, if your insurance premium goes up, Washington just pays more. There's absolutely no incentive for the insurers to hold down cost, because the more it costs, the more they get. Think about that. The higher the health care cost, the more the insurance company gets. Now, they're not evil, but I will say there's a clear motivation here. If you're a profit-making company and you can be insensitive to how much that cost is increasing, you're going to be insensitive. We need to have incentive to bring the cost down. We need to have a transparency as to what things actually cost, and we need to reward families who actually try and save. I liken this to, you got a broken bone, you put a bandage on it, it doesn't heal the fracture, it just hides the broken bone. Let's fix the broken bone. We actually need to help the patient, the family, be incentivized to shop for that lower cost and incentivize the companies to lower the cost. So the enhanced premium tax credit, it doesn't empower patients. It enriches insurance company, and I will note that since this Obamacare passed, insurance companies have done very well. But the patient's health care has become more expensive, and it's now out of the reach for many families. Now, I got a tweet last night from one of my Democratic colleagues. No, we got to defend status quo. I'm thinking, and this person is a vociferous critic of insurance companies. And I'm thinking, will you just listen? As opposed to just reject, listen. We don't want this $26 billion going to insurance companies where 20% of it is taken for administrative overhead and profit. We want it to go to the families where 100% is paid for health care. And not in some way which puts them at a disadvantage, but in a way which puts them at an advantage. And as opposed to discussing this over Twitter, let's actually meet face to face and see if you can be persuaded that this is a better way to go. So what can we do to break the model, to do something different? Can we, are we ready for the next one now? Now imagine a different, chart 2, please. Now imagine a different type of help, not an insurance subsidy, but a health account that you, our fellow Americans, control. Right now, where does the healthcare dollar go? In the enhanced premium tax credit, it goes to the insurance company. 20% is going to administrative overhead. That should read 80%. And 80% is going to pay for payments of care. So 20% for administrative overhead, you lose that, 80% to take care of payments. Here, we take that portion of the current payment the federal government is making that goes to enhanced premium tax credits, and we put it in a pre-funded flexible savings account. And the patient has an account. My wife and I have one of these. It works pretty well. And 100% of the money goes to paying for health care. And it can pay for the physician, the medicines, it can pay for dentistry and orthodontia. So in all this, you've got a 20% plus up in the amount available to actually pay for health care. Now, every eligible American citizen on the exchange would get this federally pre-funded. I keep stressing the pre-funded. In the health savings account my wife and I have, we're on an Obamacare exchange, we actually take a portion of our income and we designate it to go into the flexible spending account. But here, we would take a value equal to the amount the person would have otherwise received from the enhanced premium tax credit, and we put it in the flexible spending account. And it pays for real world expenses. I just mentioned, it pays for dental care. It pays for eyeglasses. Keep in mind, many insurance policies on the exchanges don't pay for dental care, and they don't pay for eyeglasses. It's something extra that you have to purchase. In this case, the flexible spending account would allow that to be done. Prescription drugs, your routine medical services and preventive care. It does not go for premiums, though. It goes to the patient, and the patient then uses it as she understands helps her family's budget the most. Now, by the way, let me just give a shout out to the president. He recognizes we have a problem. He knows the insurance market is broken. He put out a tweet last night favoring this approach. And you can't read this because it's too much language, but you see it's from Donald J. Trump, and bottom line is he wants money to go to patients and not to insurance companies. And the response to that from one of my Democratic colleagues was, oh, we're taking money from insurance companies. No, we're taking that portion that would be part of the enhanced premium tax credit, and we're putting it in a pre-funded flexible spending account. If people would just listen as opposed to automatically reject, and if people would realize that Democrats are defending a Republican workaround to something that Obamacare tried to do, but they wrote.
You know why they really won't just open up the government? The Democrats won't take they're goofy and just give in. Is because they know the Republicans are lying about talking about it later on. They don't need a 60 vote threshold. They will just reject whatever the Democrats have out of hand. Any kind of medical proposal, Medicaid proposal out of hand, because they don't need to meet the 60 people threshold. So the Democrats don't have any kind of leverage. If they give up the leverage, they won't do it. The Republicans won't do it. They'll lie and say, we'll consider it. And when they consider it, it won't happen. Solar Flame, stop being a zombie. Write full sentences. State your argument. Support your argument. Democrats are libertards. No. But that's okay. You're a zombie. That's fine too. But you got to state your facts. You can't just spam the chat. Just don't spam the chat. Come with your facts. Don't come with garbage.
Wrote the language poorly so it couldn't be implemented. Maybe they would stop and reconsider. Why am I?
We won all of the races last Tuesday, zombie. And we're going to win the ones next year too, zombie. Because nobody likes your policy, zombie. You gave all of your money to... Why are you over here caping for rich people? Why are you over here caping for rich people? A loser who ain't rich over here caping for rich people. Stop caping for rich people, zombie. State a position. Stand for something. You Republicans never stand for nothing. You just be caping for rich people. You don't have nothing to say about rich people. Just a zombie, Stoller. Just a zombie.
Part of this a totally ironic situation where Democrats are fighting to the death, keeping the government closed almost 40 days because we want to defend Trump one administration policies. The irony here is,
who cares what you are? You're still out here caping for rich people.
So
you're a zombie.
The president's posting that we need to redirect these enhanced premium tax credit subsidy amounts to our Americans so that they can get their own health care. So I agree with the president. We need to give the money to the patient and bypass the insurance company for this portion of what they would otherwise receive. Now, I've also been told, sounds great, Bill, but it sounds complicated. 72% of Americans working for a government entity, federal government, state, local, have access to a flexible spending account. 47% premiums. For patients, real care, doctor's visits, dentists.
Back several months. I think that you and I agree on a whole lot more than we disagree, which is why I was surprised at some of your takes. For example, like I think on foreign aid, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on any of this or you disagree, I don't think we should be providing foreign aid to anybody, Israel included, as well as all the surrounding nations. I think we fund all sides of this war. I think we do that a whole lot. Stop all of it. Let the chips fall where they may. I agree with you that no one should have secret nukes. I think that Israel's nukes are so secret that Dave Smith and Stephen Crowder can talk about it on a podcast, but I don't think that anyone should be able to have some kind of a different protocol on nukes. AIPAC, I've said they should go screw themselves with a wire brush. I don't like any lobbying group that acts outside of America's interests. I think we would agree on most of that. And as I understand it, you're pro-life. You've talked about that. I know when we test called, you have a cute little guy about the same age as mine, and I think that fundamentally changes you. All of these things, we'd be aligned. This is why I'm such a universe apart, where when I invited you on the show, where you called for impeaching President Trump. That's definitely a divergence, and I don't see how that's better for America or the movement if we agree on so much. Could you, the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, well, yeah, I think I certainly would agree with you on all the things that you outlined there. But I think I would go a bit further and say that not only am I very critical of the foreign aid to Israel or critical of AIPAC, but I'm also very critical of the neoconservatives who are essentially, a core constituency in the Israel lobby. I'm very critical of the Republican Party that essentially allowed the neocons to become the drivers of U.S. foreign policy in the George W. Bush administration, and many people who still have those same tendencies. I mean, the Mark Levins and Ted Cruzes and people like that, well, maybe not officially, technically neocons, certainly are in effect no different from them. And so in terms of, one of the things in terms of me calling for Trump's impeachment, one of the things that's interesting to me is that I got so many people as a response to that who essentially, were saying Ben Shapiro and Josh Hammer and all these guys criticizing me. Look at him. He's betrayed Donald Trump. All the neocons, Mark Levin, the never Trumpers. The original 2016 never Trumpers. Like, I still remember that copy of National Review. I'm sure you do too. They all said, but no, look, to me, I don't have any loyalty to any politician because I'm a free man in the United States of America. Sure. Donald Trump launched a war of choice, a war of aggression on behalf of a foreign country while we were in the middle of negotiations with said country. I thought it was an unbelievably reckless decision. Thankfully, at least for now, it didn't turn into a catastrophe like many of the other conflicts have. And Trump deserves certainly a good portion of the credit for that. But no, I don't take that back at all. I am not. I believe that America should only fight wars when America is threatened, and I don't believe in this adventurism, which I think is absolutely crazy, which continues under the Trump administration, continued under the Biden and obviously the Obama and Bush administrations. I'm against all of this stuff. So yeah, I was loudly in opposition to the Iran war.
Okay.
Bro, I completely agree with Dave. He is such a smart guy. And let me not even what stage.
I disagree with some of the premises, but it sounds like you're saying you still support the idea, or did at that point in time, the impeachment of Donald Trump. And this is where I think we diverge. And I know that you've also pointed this out. And by the way, I think rightfully so. You're a libertarian, but you are not an open borders libertarian.
Solar, you're a zombie. They were not close races. They were all blowouts. They were all blowouts, and we flipped some blue states, some red states to blue. Stop it. It was a total rebuke of anything that you zombies on your side have to say. It was a total rebuke. Okay? And a bunch of states in New York and a bunch of states in Mississippi, Louisiana. No, yours dumb. You just listen to the talking points on TV. Listen to the goddamn margins, doofus. We knew we were going to win them in the blue states. Look at the margins, doofus. That's what you look at. You look at who voted what, doofus. Not the fact that they won. Who won? How many independents went from your side to our side? That's what you look at, doofus. We knew we were going to win the states. It's the margins that matter. Man, just dumb.
Libertarian. You've talked about the need for borders, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Because I always said, small L libertarian-ish, but I've always labeled myself conservative. I've never agreed with him on that. Were you ever at any point, like the Reason magazine sort of open borders approach to libertarianism?
Yeah. I mean, I think like when I first became a libertarian, I was kind of, that was.
If you look at ain't nobody voting for that gay boy. Stop it. Stop putting that gay boy up. Y'all gonna lose heartily. You put him up. But that's neither here nor there. Only goofies would put his name in a hat. The whole point is you got Goofy on your hands. And they ain't gonna vote for him. So put him up. I want Vance to run. Please run, Vance. Please run. Please run, Vance.
Probably my default position is like, just allow freedom of movement. The government shouldn't really be doing anything to nonviolent people. But it was actually libertarian.
Nick Fuentes said, we gonna make you lose, my brother. Nick Fuentes said, if you put Vance up, we gonna burn his ass. So please put Vance up. We want you to put Vance up. We want you to put Vance up. Okay, we want you.
Thinkers who convinced me the other way, most notably Murray Rothbard and Hans Hermann Hoppe. And essentially, I just got convinced by their argument that it's not, in fact, the correct libertarian position. Like, it doesn't follow from libertarian principles that government property ought to be available to the entire world. In fact, what follows from libertarian principles is really more taxation is theft, that the government robbed from the domestic population in order to fund and maintain government property, and therefore it should probably approximate what the domestic population would like to be done with it.
Right.
If that makes sense.
I don't know that that's mainstream libertarianism, but I think that your view is the correct one, and I agree with you, to be clear.
Listen,
but I do want to...
Can I just very quick, just say that it is true that there are organizations like Cato and Reason and stuff like that are more open borders. Yeah. But it's also true that Ron Paul, I think, is probably the most mainstream libertarian ever, and he completely agrees with, border restrictions. So it's debatable what the mainstream libertarian position is.
Okay, but I think yours is correct in that. And because a lot of people see libertarians, and of course they see the foolishness that they see on a national platform of open borders, a lot of libertarians, and go, like, you're not that. I also want to be clear, too, to be as charitable as possible. I hate the word, but just to be as sincere as possible. There are people out there, and I know that you've appeared at TPUSA, and Charlie Kirk talked about this. There are people out there who hate Jews. I do not consider, and for anyone watching in chat, I do not consider you amongst them at all, to be clear. So I don't want this to turn into Jewsburg. I don't think that's the case. I think there are those people. And because I invited you, Candace Owens, some other people on the show. You're the only one who had the balls to show up, which I appreciate. I don't want people lumping you in that category. I think you have legitimate grievances with the government of Israel, and that does not make somebody anti-Semitic.
Bro, why is Steven saying this? That's kind of weird. Like, he is almost like saying that he is by so I live one country.
He's a shill for the Jews. It's like, well, okay, none of those things are true. Going back to the impeachment, that was the original question. So you stand by it. Here's the thing. Being real world conservative, right wing, small L libertarian, what mechanism would you have in place for that? And how is that better for America? Because obviously, even if we get to a mechanism, you'd lame duck the most effective president of our lifetime. I think it's hard to argue the most anti-war president of our lifetime. And you'd end up with 4 years of like a Biden or a Gavin Newsom or a Whitmer. That's how it plays out in the real world. You okay with it? I'm not. That's where I disagree.
Well, I think, first of all, J.D. Vance would become the president if Donald Trump was removed. But again,
more hawkish than Trump, though, so it doesn't fix the problem.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. And I don't know if I agree with you that, I mean, look, yeah, if you're comparing Donald Trump to Obama and George W. Bush and Joe Biden, like, yes, okay, he's preferable to them. But again, I'm just making the point.
I think it's. I think we have to. I just think this is an important difference. That's where I think we separate. I am comparing him to all presidents before him and the alternatives. And even if J.D. Vance becomes president, yeah, I know it goes through the lineage Vance, and then I believe it's Johnson, Rubio. It would be a lame duck presidency, right? Because the public would just see this man's impeached for the third time, corruption, and it would be waiting out the clock until there's another election.
Well, I mean, first of all, the first 2 times Donald Trump was impeached, he was impeached for complete nonsense. And so it would be a little bit different to have a president impeached for launching an illegal war. That is a very different thing. But I think the more important point here is that, look, obviously there's no mechanism for me to have Donald Trump impeached. I'm not a member of Congress who's introducing articles of impeachment. I'm a commentator who was on record supporting Donald Trump in 2024. And so when the war first broke out, what I was doing was saying in the loudest possible way that there's a huge group of people here who supported you, who are not only upset about this, but are repudiating everything about you, are criticizing you in the strongest possible language. Now, I am one of, in terms of like the Trump base of influential support, I'm one of the smaller members who was criticizing him. I mean, he had Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and even Charlie Kirk, who didn't exactly criticize him, but certainly was critical of the idea of getting into a regime change war with Iran. And I felt like at the time, like,
but did they call for impeachment and execution?
Did I call for execution?
You have. You said that Donald Trump should be buried beneath the prison for war crimes.
Oh, yeah, he is. Okay. Well, that's a separate thing. But what I called for in this case was.
But did they do anything comparable?
Well, hold on.
Hold on, Dave. You tend to filibuster, and I want to stick to this just because this is outside of that. I don't think we have that big of a disagreement. Right?
Well, I don't think I'm filibustering. I was just trying to finish my point.
Okay. So I think you've already described, to answer right, the mechanism. The mechanism in place would be Congress, correct? I'm not saying that you do it yourself, Dave. But like you said, you were using an influential platform. There were some other people, and largely the left, who were calling for impeachment. So I think that still you stand by it. But the real world fallout of that is far worse for the United States and for the Keep America, Make America Great, America First movement. And that's where I think we diverge. And when I see you saying that, first off, it gives me pause. And I only see you just mentioned those people, and the left calling for his impeachment. And you say, well, yeah, he's better than these other presidents. Okay, so what would be better if you're calling for the impeachment? And it could be facetious, the execution of Donald Trump. That seems pretty extreme, and it seems like a big difference.
I mean, what point is Stephen trying to make here? And I agree with Stephen on this one. Like, I agree with we're side that we can say it because you have
most important. And there's really no position here is that the point I was making was that so many of Donald Trump's most important. And there's really never been a moment in my lifetime like that before. There's really never been. I can't think of any time where George W. Bush did something and Sean Hannity and Bill O'Reilly were just like, that's it. We're done supporting him. And Obama never lost Rachel Maddow or something like that. And I think the fact that so many of us stood up against that was, in terms of, like, to your point, in terms of the real world, what can we actually do? I think that was the most effective thing that we could do at that point, was just to make it very clear that if you do get us into another catastrophic war here, you're going to lose a huge portion of your support. This is the only incentive that politicians respond to. Okay. Now, in terms of your point about me,
can I address that?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So, and I know that you and I think we both share a fundamental hatred of mischaracterizations. Hopefully you don't think that I've done that here. I've asked these questions fairly. I think that's a mischaracterization, and I think it was at large of Donald Trump from you. I think to say that he should be impeached based on a betrayal when we probably don't have a president with a more clear track record on any issue than Donald Trump on Iran. If I said Israel, I meant to say Iran, where he said they can't get nukes. That famous escalator ride down, immediately said, and if I'm president, Iran won't get nukes. And before that, on X, saying Iran cannot get a nuke, 60 days talking, negotiating. They weren't playing ball. Time is up. You can disagree with it. But to suggest that that's a betrayal, I would say that's the exact opposite. People maybe need to do the research on the candidate who they're supporting, in your case, endorsing, electing. He was very consistent about that.
No, I disagree completely. And I think that Donald Trump also bragged about not getting us in any new war.
This is their party. There is an internal fight. There is an internal fight of the Republicans. Nick Fuentes' side, Libertarian side, and the regular establishment Republican side. There's an internal fight because they know that Donald Trump is shit. They know it. They just all have different ways they want to respond to Donald Trump. They know his policies are shit. They know he ain't doing nothing for America first. Nick Fuentes said he's not keeping America first. They're talking about Israel first. So that wing of the Republican Party saying, hell no, we ain't going. Those are the gropers, and they follow Nick Fuentes. He got hell to pay on that side. This guy right here is a libertarian, Republican light. This guy's a Republican light, and he's saying impeach his motherfucking ass because he put us into more wars. Then you got the establishment Republicans who scared the shit of Donald Trump, who scared to say, God kiss my foot. And so you got three factions of the Republican Party scared of this motherfucker, scared of Donald Trump, scared of what he gonna do, don't like him, want to put him in jail, and gonna primary his ass. Donald Trump is fucked. If we as the Democrats get control of the House and the Senate close to 60 votes, his ass is motherfucking cooked. Donald Trump is scared of that. This Tuesday election showed them your ass is going to get fucked up. If the Democrats get a hold of the Senate and the House, you're getting fucked up. And they know it. All of them know it.
Wars and bragged about ending wars, many of which he didn't end. But no, I mean, look, there's a major difference between just saying Iran won't get nukes, which could mean anything, and saying I will launch a war against Iran if they enrich up to 60% and are still willing to negotiate down the enrichment. I'm sorry, those are just very different things.
Well, you called for his impeachment before he launched the strike, and we're not at war. But Dave,
he calling for impeachment. MAGA is they circling the drain. They just don't know it. This dude is calling for his impeachment. Nick Fuentes saying, I'm done with y'all. We done with y'all. Yeah, y'all burnt up.
Hold on a second. You always do this where you say, let me finish a sentence, but then you address a point and then scattershot 5 different points. You called for this before.
I'm on the exact point that you just asked me about, Stephen. You're claiming I'm filibustering. You're interrupting every time I speak.
No, I'm not, Dave. I want to address that one point, and then we'll go back. We're not at war. You called for his impeachment before the strike. I do think if you're talking about, what other option outside of diplomacy, because you said there are many other options, it could mean anything. Donald Trump, again, in context, if you look at the context, said it was a huge failure, Barack Obama's policy on Iran. He said that you cannot set red lines that you do not enforce, and I will enforce my red lines. Donald Trump was very clear. He set a red line, 60 days are up, so we've tried the diplomacy. Well, what other mechanisms are in place to prevent it?
Yeah, okay, well, I don't think, again, if you're saying that enriching up to 60% was the big problem, then the JCPOA wasn't a failure. They weren't enriching anywhere near to that level until Donald Trump tore up the agreement, or walked away, pulled America out of the agreement. And yes, he arbitrarily set a timeline of 60 days, but there were meetings scheduled for the next day or 2 days later after when Israel first struck them and Donald Trump walked away. So the alternative was obviously to keep negotiating. Look, Iran was there to negotiate down the 60% enrichment. They had been down to 3 to 5% when America was good standing members of the JCPOA. The obvious alternative would have been to keep negotiating. So
he's explaining why the party is starting to walk away from Donald Trump. And you could stay there all you want to, Ozzy. You could stay there all you want to, but you better start listening to some of these people. They say they done with Donald Trump.
And this is a very good point because
got him in the wars. They done with him getting them in the wars. They done with him. Soon as he got him in the wars, they was mad. This is what this guy is saying. We ain't going for it no more. We ain't going for no more wars.
So you believe that it's a more effective form of world leadership in an impeachable offense to set a date, a timeline, say last call. I've counted to three, count to three, and then say I didn't mean it?
No, I'm saying.
But that would be what he would do effectively, right? If he,
yes.
Yeah. I think that's silly for a president to do
Okay, right. But that's not what I said. But you think what you said is silly. Okay. But what I'm saying.
No, he did say, right, we're 60 days up. Was Iran negotiating? Did Iran come to the negotiating table? Did Iran allow inspections?
Finish whenever you want to, and then I'll try to.
I asked you that. Were the 60 days up? Did Donald Trump count to three?
Yep.
So he should continue negotiating after he sets a red line.
Yeah, well, he would. Well, no, Stephen. It's a little bit more. It's a little bit more than 1 cent.
Okay.
It's a little bit more than 1 centimeter deep. Okay.
Please enlighten me, as shallow as I am.
Dude, it's like you just.
I know. Go ahead.
No, just a lot of people told me that, watch out, he's going to be constantly interrupting you, but I didn't realize it was actually going to be like this. Okay, so Donald Trump, what happened was Donald Trump had signaled at the beginning of the negotiations that he would be open to some enrichment, but that he wanted it to be brought down. And then Mark Levin and all of the hawks, they insisted that you put in the poison pill of absolutely no enrichment of uranium whatsoever. And he went along with that. And Iran was like, yeah, and then he set the 60 days. Now, look, I think it was a bad move to ever put that poison pill in and to ever set those 60 days. But yes, at that point, once you've done that, diplomacy in this case was obviously preferable to force. And I think, in fact, probably we are in a more likely position now that Iran breaks out and tries to get a nuclear weapon than we were if he had continued the negotiations. But certainly you exhaust the negotiations. You try diplomacy as much as you can. War should always be an absolute last option. And he didn't exhaust that. Instead, he supported attacking them in the middle of the negotiations. That is dishonorable. It is unethical, and it's bad leadership.
Yeah, I don't think it's dishonorable. I don't think it's unethical, and I don't think it's bad leadership. I think it would be bad leadership to allow a country to completely flagrantly disregard their own agreements, to not honor their word, to have international oversight committees that you cite, Dave, as the gold standard, saying, yeah, they're only a few weeks away from this kind of dangerous uranium enrichment, and then to say, you know what, let's continue diplomacy. So here's my question to you. Because you said impeach, you said war crimes, and it sounds to me like there's no president in our lifetime who you wouldn't bury beneath the prison for war crimes. Can you name one?
No, I think every president in my lifetime has been a war criminal. That's right.
Okay, so every president in your lifetime has been a war criminal. Impeach Donald Trump beneath the prison.
It's part of being a world empire, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Donald Trump is a neocon. As a matter of fact, I think he's the least neocon of all the presidents that we've had. We might just have a disagreement on that, but I definitely think
he's a neocon.
Well, you said your gripe was with neocons in your criticism of Donald Trump.
I'm just trying to figure out whether all libertarians feel this way. Maybe this is the line. The line was, don't get into any more wars. If that was your line, then you should have been done walked away from Donald Trump, because he's starting all these wars, start, whatever. He's lying about the stopping and the starting and this, that, and the third. This is what this man is saying. He's a libertarian, which is Republican-like, right? So libertarians are walking away.
I have criticisms of Donald Trump. H-1Bs, big one. I went in hard on that, for crying out loud. When you talk about the Epstein debacle, unveiling that, Pam Bondi shouldn't have a job. The Chinese.
So do I, JP. So do I.
Student foreign visas, right? I think that's a big problem. I criticize him on a regular basis, calling for impeachment and buried beneath the prison when this man has ended more wars than any other president, at least that I can recall. Pretty close. He's ended many wars. The only one that he hasn't ended is Ukraine.
Which ones did he end?
Exactly. I wanted to ask the same question. Which wars
wars
did
did
he
he
actually
end?
end? Because
Yeah.
we always say this, and
Call him
people
to
will
the
probably
carpet,
attack
honey.
me for saying this.
Ask him
And
which
again,
one
I'm
did
not
he
trying
end.
to
We
attack
don't know.
Donald Trump, but everyone is constantly saying that, oh, Donald Trump, he ended so many wars. What wars did he actually end it? Because all the countries or all the wars that he blamed, he ended. For example, Cambodia, or that's the only one, excuse me. The war between Cambodia and Thailand, he ended. But between Iran and Pakistan, he didn't end. He acts like he did, but Iran or Pakistan says no, he didn't do anything. And India says, yeah, he did a little bit of help. But I'm very curious. I'm going to continue the clip, obviously, but I'm very curious about this question as well, because everyone is constantly talking about Donald Trump solved so many wars. He didn't solve any war almost. It's like, and again, he was talking over and over again that he would solve the most important war of this year or the past years, the war between Ukraine and Russia, and he didn't do anything. So weird.
Talking about conflicts right now. I mean, for 12-day war is done. If you want to, because you've attributed that to Donald Trump and Israel. I mean, we now have a ceasefire. Before that, we had the Abraham Accords. I mean, if you look at the invasions that have taken place,
none of those ended a war. The Abraham Accords didn't end any wars.
So if we're looking at the other examples in the past where you look at invasions from Russia when they got froggy, obviously they tend to favor Democrat administrations. I think he's been very non-interventionist, not an isolationist. And I think that Thailand, Cambodia is one that comes to mind. India, Pakistan. None of those count. Israel, Gaza, India, Pakistan.
No, it's not that none of them count, Stephen. It's just
Azerbaijan, Armenia. I know that because I have a lot of Armenian friends. I mean, you keep interrupting me. Do none of these count?
I don't think any of them are wars that Donald Trump was conducting that he ended. I mean, Donald Trump, look, in his first 4 years, he inherited the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan. We had troops in Syria. We had troops in Somalia. He talked about pulling them out. And in fact, I think he was the major reporting about him being lied to about the number of troops in Syria, but he never did get them out. He kept the war going in Afghanistan for 4 years, surged it, even though he knew it was an unwinnable war. I will give him credit, he eventually wrote the plans that did get out, but it was for his second term. And then, of course, he left it to Joe Biden to completely fumble the entire thing. There. He kept the war in the Saudi invasion of Yemen going his entire first 4 years. He just broke records for the most strikes in Somalia in any year. We've been bombing them since 2002, I think. I mean, so I don't know. And he's backed Israel his entire time in their destruction of Gaza, and he's failed to stop the war in Ukraine. So, like, again, his rhetoric is certainly better. And there are a few things I could look to that I would point to, go, hey, he did a really good job there. But I don't know. I don't really agree with your overall characterization.
Well, it's not that you disagree with my overall characterization. Your question was, name me any wars he's ended. And then you moved the goalposts, right?
No. When I said wars he's ended, I didn't mean like he picked up a phone call and then a conflict like between two other parties. I'm saying wars that America's been involved in.
So diplomacy doesn't count there.
Or fighting.
So none of those would count.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't count. I'm saying it's not exactly a war he ended.
Well, I want to have this conversation in good faith. And if you say, name me any wars he's ended, and I go, okay, Thailand, Cambodia, Israel, Gaza, ceasefire, Armenia, Azerbaijan, you could argue, hold on a second. You could argue that Yemen, really a proxy war with Iran, which kind of brings us back to the initial point.
By the way, Steven is constantly interrupting Dave the whole time. And when Dave wants to interrupt Steven, he's like, hold on. It's my turn now. But,
picking up the phone, certainly more than other presidents. So picking up the phone and engaging in diplomacy, which I thought you would be supportive of, he's done it more than other presidents. And I would say he's set apart pretty significantly, which is why I don't want to impeach him. I don't think that would make America stronger, more effective. I think it would make us weaker. That's really the crux of this. I think he's better than other presidents. I think he's the most effective president of our lifetime. And I don't think it's an impeachable offense. He asked me which wars did he end. I just gave you a list. Do those count?
Well, it's again not okay. Look, if you're talking about the war between Israel, if you can call it a war, Israel's destruction of Gaza, yes, after funding and facilitating the whole thing for his entire second term of his presidency, he's gotten a very loosely holding together ceasefire as of right now. So yes, as I've said on my show and said publicly, I give him credit for that. That part was better. The funding it for the his entire presidency, which you seem to agree with, that part was wrong.
And that's a very good point. I agree with Dave on this one. It's actually insane. If you fund like a whole war and you almost like start it and then you're gonna end it, yeah, okay. But like, do you really end the war then? But again, I'm very curious about your opinion on this. Like, do you agree with Steven? Do you agree with Dave? Please share your opinion in the comments. Very important to say, I read all comments. So
politicians are in a procession going to Israel to bow down to their prime minister and kiss the wall. That our Congress, 533-3, votes for endless foreign aid. That their leader comes to our Congress and gets 50 standing ovations. That our president stands at the Republican Jewish Coalition and says, I'm working for you. There used to be a time when you couldn't oppose Israel in politics, and that was a good thing. It's humiliating, it's insulting, and it's wrong. This is the United States of America. We're the wealthiest, most powerful, best country in the world, but it doesn't feel like it. We pay into the system. We fight for the system. It's ours. It's our country. But it feels like it has been hijacked. It feels like it is being exploited. It's being exploited for the benefit of another country. And the reason that is allowed to happen is because of the foreign influence which pervades our system. In a word, it's corruption.
Yeah, AIPAC has never had to register under FARA, Foreign Agents Registration Act. The precursor to AIPAC, which was American Zionist Council, never had to register under FARA either. They were receiving funds from the Israeli government in the 40s, 50s, and 60s to promulgate pro-Israel talking points, to make sure everyone was pro-Israel, right? To lobby for them. Within our Congress, with the American populace, that's what they do. I mean, this is just, FARA just needs to go because it's not a real thing. And to think about the ingratitude that that country has, they would not be able to survive. They would not exist without the United States. They're the size of New Jersey, but people conveniently leave out the fact that they have a smaller GDP than the state of New Jersey. They have less than 10 million people. The Arab world is 400 million strong. They would be destroyed. If the United States stopped backing them, ended all foreign aid, put a trade embargo, a weapons embargo, sanctioned their government, they would completely collapse. The Abraham Accords would collapse. The Oslo Accords with Egypt would collapse. The 1994 peace treaty with Jordan would collapse, and it would be open season. They're completely isolated diplomatically. It's to our detriment to continue to support them diplomatically. It hurts us reputationally in the international community, but we still do it. It's a combination of blackmail and our politicians completely being owned by the Israel lobby, lobbyists, donors.
What I'm showing is that the Republican Party is being fractured into three different parts. The establishment, who want to keep funding the Israel wars. The Nick Fuentes establishment, who say put America first. And the Libertarian Party says we don't want any more wars. The Republican Party is being fractured. That's why I'm showing these three different parts of the Republican Party. Okay, he can be a Nazi, like or not, he can do whatever, but he got a lot of followers.
Oligarchs. It's an oligarchy in America. Just is what it is.
And they use blackmail, intimidation, bribery to achieve these ends. They do it in DC. They do it in New York. They do it in the smoke.
Are you all hitting the like button? Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Sub to the channel. Sub to the channel. We have this kind of information on Saturdays all the time. Political and the world views and people's all kinds of information going out here today. Please hit the like and the sub button, please.
Corridors of power. They do it to people like Kevin Roberts. They do it to people like Trump. They do it to all of them. And that's why we get these weird hostage videos. And we as a country feel like we are hostages. We are in a hostage situation. Gun to your head. Do you support Israel? It's the 21st century. What are you talking about? Our country is being genocided. Israel's carrying out a genocide in Israel. Do you love Israel? I love America. And so I saw this on Friday, and I'm disappointed in Kevin Roberts, but I'm not surprised. And you know what? How long before this guy loses his job anyway? He apologized. He groveled on his hands and knees in multiple venues on Dana Lash's show, at Hillsdale College. These are other institutions, crying on a Zoom call to the board members, reassuring them, and it won't even be enough because he won't condemn Tucker. He thought he could condemn me, but like Tucker, but it doesn't work that way. It's never enough for them. So that was the little circus on Thursday and Friday. Thursday, he comes out, hands on his hips. We don't do cancel culture. Friday, you get the ISIS hostage video. I don't know what I was thinking, you guys. Anti-Semitism's the real problem in America. The apology, the condemnation, the basket of deplorables speech that we've all heard a million times. That was episode 1. But there was something, this is the last thing I want to say about Kevin Roberts, because he's pushing this line and people are missing this. It's a line I hear all the time. He said, to justify himself, the reason why I even said that we shouldn't condemn Nick Fuentes is thus. He said, the reason I said we should engage Nick Fuentes is because Nick has an audience. He says Nick has an audience of disaffected young white men. He said, and we want to reach those people because they're looking for the answers in the wrong places. And I hear this line a lot. And there's an idea concealed inside of that statement, which is they believe that the only reason I'm popular, which they tacitly acknowledge in that statement. They say Nick is really popular. He's got an audience, but the reason he's got it is because the men are so lost and confused and weak. They say, and Nick is cynically exploiting those men and taking advantage. His rise was enabled, they say, by our negligence to the young men. So we need to take an interest in them. And this is such a messed up idea. Would you like to know why? They don't care about the young white men at all. And they don't care about them because I'm one of them. And this is what I said in my response to Tucker. All this talk about the disaffected young white men, I am one of them. I was that guy when I was in college. I'm that guy now. And they hate me. They hate me. They condemn me. They're not saying anything they're saying about me with any charity towards me. They don't want to understand me as a person. They don't think of me as a person. They don't look at me as a Christian should, with charity and with goodwill towards my soul. They look at me as an obstacle. They look at me as someone who is a political inconvenience, a political problem. And so how do they regard me? They want to discard me. Oh, fuck him. He's horrible. He's abhorrent. He said this. Do you watch my show? Kevin Roberts, when you say my views are abhorrent and you rattle off a bunch of 10-second clips, which were put together over 10 years by Media Matters, do you think that's an honest representation of my views? Do you even care? Do you care if they're true? Do you care for my sake if they're true, or for anybody's sake? Or are you just saying that out of political expediency because it's easy to discard me, because it's easy to throw me under the bus, because I'm a bad look, I have baggage, I'm flawed, I'm imperfect, I've said provocative things, so we can throw him under the bus and we could pretend to care about all the other ones? Well, guess what? All these other young white men, they say things like I say all the time because we're not politically correct. We grew up in this generation. That's how our generation talks. A lot of us are edgelords around the internet. We have a post-ironic sense of humor. So we all talk like this on some level. We all were raised in the Call of Duty lobbies or on 4chan or on Twitter or whatever. So we all talk like this. And a lot of the things that I believe, many people believe. Many people are being very skeptical of feminism and very skeptical of diversity. We're feeling those externalities all the time. We're seeing them. And so it's like that classic thing that Trump says, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just in their way. And by the way, all those other disaffected young white men that they want to pander to, that they think they're going to coddle and give them a pamphlet about, I don't know, from the Holocaust Remembrance Society or something. Make no mistake about it. They would cancel those young white men too if they caught them with the bad screenshot in the group chat. If they overheard them saying something controversial in a private conversation, they do the same thing. They don't care about us. They don't care about young men. They only purport to care about us because now we are an inconvenience to the people they really care about, which is the donors and the board members.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems I have with Nick Fuentes. He tried to explain it over there on Tucker's show. He tried to clean it up a little bit. Well, he didn't try to clean it up. It just looked a little better. He said it's not necessarily that he's against other people. He's just white. He's just white proud. He's just proud to be a white person. That's all. He said, I'm just proud to be a white person. And it's only 60% of us that are white, majority white in this country. And, he said when he got to thinking about it, sooner or later, it's going to be less white people in this country. And that's what brought him to being prejudiced or racist or whatever. So this is where he's at, even though he's been, I don't get it. I don't get it. He said he's pro-white. There's nothing wrong with being pro-white. I'm pro-black. There's nothing wrong with that. But you're not supposed to go around the world saying just because I'm pro-white, I'm better. That's the problem that I have. When you run around the world and say, I'm pro-white, I'm pro-Hindi, I'm pro-Catholic, I'm pro-this, and I'm better than everybody else. That's not how the world works. That's what I don't like about Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, it's Israel. You're only useful for target fun in the Middle East. You have the U.S. based on Islam, and then Israel's kept in positional.
Of me.
This guy loves to talk.
And the young white men, they love Tucker. They love me.
Yeah, but it is what it is. That's the way the migration go. You can't roll back abortion rights and make women have babies. You can't make women have white babies if they don't want to have white babies. The white women saying they don't want to have babies, so you can't make them have babies if they don't want to have them. Well, you can't help it that Mexicans is fucking like rabbits and blacks fucking like rabbits. You can't help that. Get your women on board and start having babies, but you can't make them have babies. So therefore, it's going to be overrun soon enough.
A lot of them like Candace. They like Daryl Cooper. They like Pat Buchanan. That's where the young men are at. That's what they believe. Isn't it your job to represent their views? Isn't it your job to hear them, represent them, support them? How about our problems? How about white genocide? Is that not a problem in Europe and America? Open borders, ever heard of it? But he turns around and says, the real issue is anti-Semitism. And, we want to reach the young men and tell them about that. Well, who is that really on behalf of?
Ain't nobody going to vote for no Vance. All this whine. See, here's the thing. All these damn people was whining about Democrats like those gay people. Democrats like to push those trans people and them gay people in front of us. Motherfucking Vance is bisexual or something like that. Come on now. You gonna vote for him? Now y'all gonna be hypocrites and try to vote for J.D. Vance? After he done came out of... Read J.D. Vance's book. Read that man's book. He thought he was gay. He thought he was bisexual or gay when he was a college student. You thought so? You experimented and all that? Come on now, y'all.
Sounds like that's on behalf of the money that supports heritage, and it comes from Jewish oligarchs that care about Israel, and they don't care about the people here and their small parochial problems in their neighborhoods, in their towns, in their cities.
I'm not saying anything is wrong with JD. I'm saying The way these people came after the Democrats because they wanted to support gay rights, they gonna put J.D. Vance up as a presidential candidate and he might be gay or bisexual? Come on now. I don't believe that. Come on. And if you do, he gonna lose in a landslide.
That's what that sounds like to me. So Kevin Roberts, don't you dare say, well, we need to engage with Nick so we can reach his young audience. You will never reach my audience because you're not honest. You will never reach my audience because you are fake. With all my faults, all the mistakes I've made, all the ways that I'm not a conventional conservative or whatever, I'm authentic. You're fake. I'm honest. You're a liar. I am a disaffected young white man. I represent their interests because they're my interests. You represent your donors because you live in DC. And that's who you are. So until you're willing to give up all of that, which is not anytime soon, you will never reach those people. You will reach the careerists who want an internship at Heritage. You will reach the ambitious student council presidents and theater kids and strivers that it's their dream to like be the president or, work for Mike Lee in Utah. You will never reach my audience. So I just want to put a bookend on Heritage Foundation and say that because I hear that all the time. Spare the fake concern. Oh, now you care about the young white men. When you're not browbeating the young white men and belittling them and bullying them. And by the way, I know this is sacrilege. I'm going to say it. Charlie Kirk was the king of that. He was the king of that, which is going to young white men and telling them, you need to be more deferential to your wife. You need to be more deferential to women. You need to be more deferential to the oligarchy. You need to shut up and pay your taxes. And you come last. You don't matter. Put down the video games and put this down and shut up. And you got to grow up. And being mature means being a simp and all the rest of it. They don't care about us at all, and they don't care about our well-being. They don't care about any of it.
Yeah, as pertains to Charlie Kirk, we have to be careful. I deplore, I condemn, I have so much antipathy to the people who celebrated his murder, his assassination. They're disgusting. I also don't like how people are making him out to be this infallible human being. He was a sinner. He had transgression. He had iniquity just like the rest of us. Don't exalt him. Don't put him on a pedestal. He was not omniscient, not omnipotent, and he was not omnipresent. Okay? Don't make him a deity. He wasn't right on everything, and we know that, obviously. I'm not going to posthumously agree.
Of course, anti-Semitism is not the problem. Most people don't think about it at all unless they're Jewish. We don't have any hatred one way or the other. We just don't care. It's not our fight. Okay, maybe that's a part of the fight on that Republican side. You got to be loyal to. The Israel, the Jewish people. You got to be loyal to them. Nick is saying. I guess Nick is saying you guys are loyal to Israel and the Jewish people more than you're loyal to the white American male, white American man, and America comes first. This is Nick's argument. You can't beat the argument if you're American male. So which one you gonna put first? America first, or you gonna put Israel first? That's what Nick is trying to tell him.
Agree with all of his stances in the past before his tragic assassination. Okay, but that's what these neocons and the Zionists are doing. They're trying to emotionally blackmail you. They're saying Charlie Kirk thought Nick Fuentes was filth. Therefore, Tucker Carlson, by platforming him, is doing things antithetical to what Charlie Kirk would have wanted. So they're using Charlie Kirk cynically, right? They're using him to get support for Israel and for the conventional neoconservative dominated GOP. They're abusing his legacy in order to advance their interest. That's what they do. These people are wicked.
That's wild. That's the argument that Nick Fuentes is having. People are having an argument with Nick Fuentes because he's saying, put America first. Stop putting Israel first. Start putting all these people first. Put America first. That's what he's saying. So they're at war. The Republicans is at war. Let them fight. Let them fight. Let them fight. Let them do their thing. Democrats, we ain't out there fighting. Democrats can be trashed. They don't have a leader. They don't have none of that. But we ain't out there infighting like this.
We let a few Democrats out of the state in order to say no to Donald Trump. And in that time, they called the troopers on us. They called the FBI on us. They sent militias after us, vigilantes, a rogue sheriff, bomb threats, fake lawsuit after fake lawsuit, and even house arrest.
We ain't anti-Semitic. We just don't care one way or the other. It's not our fight. It is not our fight. So we don't care one way or the other. We are not anti-Semitic. Not at all. We just don't care. It's not our fight. It's you white people fight.
But
and white people problem.
It was worth it. Because in that time, all of us, we made so much noise that America woke up. And we, no matter what happened, we helped give America the fighting chance to save our democracy, and we could not be more proud. Thank you for never backing down 1 inch. But let me tell you this, we did not do this alone. There are many others who helped us, other legislators, other states, but especially we owe a debt of gratitude to Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois. He welcomed us into his home knowing that it would draw unwanted attention from Donald Trump. And when we were threatened, when we were forced to move, he sent this personal security detail to protect us and to make sure that we were safe. On behalf of the House Democrats of Texas, on behalf of the people of Texas, Governor Pritzker, thank you as well. And let me say this. Like many of you in this room, I'm an immigrant. I'm the only person that's going to speak today where you don't have to ask, are you running for president? But listen, what I think of America and what I know about America, I've learned throughout my entire life. But at this moment, looking at all of you, I have never been more proud to be an American. I have never been more proud of my fellow Americans. Because the one thing I have learned through all of this is that when the people are united and we are determined, we can do anything. And so this is my last plea to all of you, to anyone listening, to Governor Newsom, to everybody.
Yeah, if you're going to ask us a question about Jewish people, we're going to give you an answer, but we don't care one way or the other. Still white people problems. We don't concern ourselves about no Jewish or non-Jewish people. We ain't Jewish. Most black people ain't Jewish. We don't concern ourselves about whether being anti-Semite. We ain't no anti-Semite because it's not our fight, so we don't care.
Texans are done running from Texas. Texans are not going to run from bullies anymore. And whether you're California, Illinois, New York, or now Virginia, we're asking people, our brothers and sisters in blue states, come support us. Come help us fight back the way you fought back. Help us with resources. Help us to run. Send money to our candidates and money to our parties. And to everybody else listening, if you don't have the resources to help, today is the beginning of filing for a public office in Texas. Do it. Run for precinct chair. Run for election judge. Run to go be a poll worker. Volunteer to knock on doors. I'm telling you, for once and for all, voting is no longer enough. For everybody out here, if you call yourself an American, if you're saying you are proud to be an American, that you love this country, this is your home, then be willing to fight for it. Americans, we have taken this country from the tyrants before, and we will do it again.
Please join us in welcoming Representative Lizzie Fletcher.
Hey! Hello, Houston! Hello, Houston! Are y'all ready? Are you fired up? I am so thrilled to see so many friends in this crowd right here in Texas's 7th Congressional District, where we know a thing or two about taking back the House, don't we? And I am so excited to be here with the leaders that we need and deserve in this moment. I'm so proud to follow my friend Gene Wu and to thank him and all of our state legislators who
Oh shit, what the hell?
showed the country what it looks like to fight, what it means to fight for our
Oh, y'all want to get goofy with it. They want to get goofy with it. Oh, don't do that. Come on. Don't get goofy with it. Come on. Fresh.
showed the country what it looks like to fight, what it means to fight for our
I don't understand what's going on, y'all. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I don't know what the hell is going on. I refreshed it. It act like it don't want to.
As Texans, we make the future.
showed the country what it looks like to fight, what it means to fight for our showed the country what it looks like to fight, what it means to fight for our
What? Oh. I don't know. They keep shutting her off. I'm like, wait a minute. This don't even make sense. Come on.
showed the country what it looks like to fight, what it means to fight for our
And it shuts off right there. What the hell is going on? Hopefully you guys can hear me. Well, we'll come back. We'll just let her do her thing and we'll come back. Hold on. Let's go here. We got shitty service. Hold on.
options. This is one way we can put patients first.
They still haven't started to vote for this the bill for this same thing. This 14, it'd be 15.
So a number of my colleagues have addressed the shutdown situation as well. And I'm going to veer off on another topic of those federal employees, those air traffic controllers, and for heaven's sakes, our military members that are struggling under this shutdown. Now, many of our military families already rely on SNAP to provide food for their families. We have 1,900 Iowa Army National Guardsmen that are serving across the Middle East today. They are deployed. They have left their civilian employment only to go into a deployed situation where they don't know if or when they will get their next paycheck. Their families in Iowa are struggling right now. They are out there serving for all of us. My daughter is also a soldier in the Army. And at the beginning of the government shutdown, she had the really awful position of having to sit down with her soldiers and counsel them on where they could go to find loans to help their families during the government shutdown. Many of the employees here have had to do the exact same thing. What does it take to get through this government shutdown? It's a simple yes vote from our friends across the aisle. They have shut the government down. We have provided opportunity time and time again to open the federal government, to pay our federal government workers, to make sure our skies are safe, to make sure our military members are paid, to make sure SNAP benefits are getting to every family that struggles with food insecurity. All it takes is a yes vote. We have told the Democrats we are willing to sit down and negotiate on the ACA, the Unaffordable Care Act, and other opportunities. We will do that when we open the federal government. Democrats are not fighting to lower premiums. They are fighting to raise the profits for health insurance companies. Democrats are terrified of the truth about their temporary COVID credits. It's welfare for the wealthy and corporate welfare rolled all into one. Democrats are demanding that Republicans vote to make their handout scheme permanent. Their plan is to line the pockets of health insurers with $500 billion in taxpayer-funded subsidies. Thanks to Democrats, insurers are pocketing record profits fueled by taxpayer subsidies. Extending the Biden COVID credits would cost our taxpayers $500 billion. Democrats shut down the government to protect Obamacare's subsidies that send $40 billion to insurance companies, not to the families that need it. So let's be very clear. This argument is not about helping the American families that need better options to health care insurance. It is about sending large wads of money to health insurers. Let's come together and figure this out, folks. We are the United States Senate. We are the U.S. government. This never would have been allowed to happen when I was serving in the United States military. You come up with courses of action, you decide on the best course of action, and you follow through in that mission. We expect our service members to do this every single day. They are at the behest of the United States federal government. We need to open up the federal government, ensure they are paid. Let's take care of their families. Let's take care of the food insecure folks, not just in Iowa, but all across the nation. Let's make sure our farmers are able to make their farm payments this fall. All it takes is a simple yes from our Democratic friends. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's day 39. Day 39 of the government shutdown. Some of us are here working over the weekend. I want to thank all the staff, all the people who work here at the Capitol who are not getting paid. We genuinely appreciate your dedicated public service, putting your jobs and the country first. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know that there are a number of people across the country that are probably pretty peeved off today. There, we'll use that word. Pretty upset about how this government shutdown is affecting them. I'm sure many of them got turned away at the airports, receiving emails, finding out that their flights are canceled, their plans for work, for family are canceled. And for what? A senseless government shutdown. I know that there are a lot of people who are struggling. They don't know when it's going to end. They haven't been paid in over a month. They have questions. The members of this body, we ask each other, well, when is this going to end? None of us know. Imagine the people out there across the country who have lives that they're trying to figure out. They have no idea when this is coming to an end. I feel for them. And then the people who struggle the most, people low income who don't know where their SNAP benefits stand, whether this will go on for another week or another 3 years, since it's about standing up to Donald Trump.
I want to hear their health plan too. I want to hear what they're going to replace the Medicaid and Medicare and ACA with. I want to know what they're going to replace it with. They keep saying this is unaffordable. Where's their health plan? Donald Trump said he was going to have a health plan. We never saw the health plan. Where's his health plan? You all hit the like and subscribe button, please, and thank you. Hit the like and subscribe button. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
However long that will take to, I guess, share that lesson. But 14 times I have voted, as have many of my colleagues, to keep the government open, solve this problem, move ahead. Soon, I believe we'll be having the opportunity to vote a 15th time. This one may be a little different. To extend a clean CR that would run until the end of January, along with perhaps some of the appropriations bills that have already passed this chamber on a bipartisan basis. Perhaps the 15th time, we can convince 5 more of our Democrat colleagues to go along with us. But I always choose to be an optimist. I saw the minority leader on the floor earlier today. They, in their proposal, allegedly, even though we haven't seen the written, they say they have a clean CR. We have a clean CR. They don't have a clean CR but they have a clean CR with one exception.
Yeah, I think it's a prescription website. I don't think it's a medical website. I hope to God it ain't no medical website. Ain't no way in hell somebody with a brain would go over there and get their medical. Prescription website, my understanding is it's a prescription website. This is wild. He's just a scammer. The president is just such a scammer. They love that man so much, and he don't do nothing but scam. Now he finna go into medical. No. Now you finna go into medical bit, and he gonna make sure that low-income people try to go there and get their stuff. That's wild. It's called Trump RX. The first thing he did was let's get the fat people to get our money, get the Wegovy and the Ozempic, so they can come over here and get it for $50. This president is such a scammer.
A demand, an impediment as it's become, of the extension of the Biden COVID bonuses. That is the difference between what we have offered and what they have offered. And really what it serves as, it has over the past 4 years, Democrats implemented this. They set the expiration date for 2025, but it was a COVID bonus. It was supposed to be temporary.
They didn't set the date for that. It was already set. Legislatively, they couldn't do anything more. Y'all wild.
But really what it was a bailout of...
Yeah, I know. It's a knockoff version of Good RX. I get it. Sure do. I heard it yesterday and I was like, ooh, he gonna get all them goofy people going over there to do all of that. If the shit is cheap and it's the same medicine, I'm pretty sure you're gonna get a lot of people to go over there.
Of a failed Obamacare system. But that's what they're holding out over. Let me tell you what that is, what that means, what's inside of it, why the American people should have concerns about it. Healthcare inflation in this country is double of what consumer inflation has been since Obamacare got enacted. In the 21st century, healthcare is the #1 driver of inflation in this country. So I hope we want to get at the cost and the cause of what's...
They really don't want to get at the cost. They just want to kill it. They don't want to get at the cost. They just want to kill it. That's the problem. Y'all really, you dishonest brokers, you Republicans. You complain about it. Let's complain about it. But they don't want you to have Medicaid. They want you to starve and they want you to go and buy your own health insurance without them supplementing. They don't want to pay the subsidies to help you pay for insurance, for medical. They don't want to help y'all pay for nothing. They just want your ass to go fly. Now I got to transfer over to future Democratic candidate for president. Gavin Newsom. Because I believe he's going to run for the president. So we might as well get into it.
I came out here just to say those 2 words. Thank you. Thank you for being you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for showing up not just for yourselves, for each other, for the state, our nation, and the world we're trying to build. Thank you. Thank you for not giving into cynicism. Thank you for not giving into the fear and the anxiety that fills so many people. Thank you for being the antidote to that. Thank you for stepping up. Thank you for stepping in. And thank you for inspiring a nation, Texas. Thank you for inspiring the state of California. Thank you for Proposition 50. Gene wasn't wrong. Gene wasn't wrong. You guys made this happen. You guys have awakened up our immune system. We're dealing with an invasive species by the name of Donald Trump. He is an historic president, however. Historically unpopular president. Under every key category. I mean, you can't even make this is hard to do. On every issue, on the economy, on tariffs, on immigration, on health care. Historically unpopular president. And he knows it. And he knows it. Why else? Why else did he make that call to your governor? Why else did he feel the need to rig the election before even one vote was cast? That's just weakness. Weakness masquerading as strength. That's Donald Trump. And he had a very bad night on Tuesday. Bad night. And he did because all of you. You're showing up. We talk that No Kings rally. You talk about patriotism. You talk about why the founding fathers lived and died. You talk about why we're all here. The best of the Roman Republic, best of Greek democracy, co-equal branches of government, popular sovereignty, the rule of law, not the rule of Don. And it's dawning on people all across the United States of America what's at stake. And you put a stake in the ground. People are showing up. They don't believe in crowns, thrones, no kings. And people all across this country are waking up because you had the courage months ago. Gene, his colleagues, had the courage to step up at a time when we were desperate for leadership. We were. I say it all the time, it's not what happens to us, it's how we respond to what happens to us. And you responded. You didn't roll over and you didn't give in. You stepped up and you traveled, as Gene said, all across the United States of America, and you woke us up. You didn't just have your back here. You had our back in the state of California. We were looking for a fight, not only that we can win, but a fight worth fighting for. And that is why I'm here. But none of us are naive, are we? When I kicked off this campaign, we kicked off the Prop 50 campaign. It was at the Democracy Center in Little Tokyo in Los Angeles. That's the sacred site where we were interning and busing the Japanese. At that site, to kick off the campaign at the Democracy Center, what did Donald Trump do? He sent out his masked men. He sent out his secret police, Greg Bovino, sent them to intimidate us. And don't take my word for it, you can hear the federal judge's own words. This is a guy who believes that the oath of office he needs to take is to the dear leader, not the Constitution of the United States. Masked men showing up. Border Patrol, in ICE. You saw.
You cannot get mad that your president is unpopular. You cannot get mad at me because the president is unpopular. The president is unpopular because of the things he has said and the things he has done. Okay? That's a Republican president. He has brought us to this point. The president has brought us to this point. Where we are has been brought here by the president. Now nobody want to take accountability for, look, you mad that y'all screwed the arms and legs on a goddamn zombie and the zombie got up talking and walking and doing what it wanted to do, which was Donald Trump. Don't be mad at us that y'all did that. Y'all did that. We tried to warn you not to do that. And y'all did it, thinking you knew better than a regular, average, everyday, normal person who had seen Donald Trump act up over and over again. Okay? That's the whole point. The whole point is now the people see. That's all they see. Here's the thing. Donald Trump was a shitty president when he was a shitty president back then. He was not so shitty that he was now, but back then we knew he was corrupt. We knew he took bribes. We knew he enriched himself as a president. We knew he had done all of these things, right? And we knew he was a shitty president. But people got short-term memories. They got memories as long as a fucking gnat. So motherfuckers thought, oh, well, it's 4 years since he was a president. Maybe he changed. Maybe he would do better. Maybe it would be better. And the people who voted for him the last time voted for him again. Even though he was a shitty-ass president then, but time made them forget that he was a shitty-ass president. So then we voted his ass in. Cool. He started doing everything that we knew he was going to do. We told you he was going to do the shit that he did. We told you goofy people he was going to do the shit that he's doing right now. We told you. He was going to ruin the economy. He was going to do X, Y, and Z. He was going to try to erase Mexican people. He was going to try to erase black people. He was going to try to erase reparations. He was going to try to erase everything. And what did he do? He came in and he tried to do all of that. And we told you that's what he was going to do. Now, people are saying, oh, shit. I knew I didn't like his motherfucking ass back when he was president before. Now I remember why I don't like his ass. Now we got to get his ass the fuck up out of here because he on bullshit like he was then. He's on serious bullshit now, enriching the family. That's where we are right now. Your president, the orange stove, brought us where we at right now. And now y'all want to get mad that we don't like you. We don't like what you got to say. We don't like the policies that you put forward. We don't like the policies that he stand for. It's not our fault. He's doing exactly what the fuck he said, and we told y'all we didn't like that. We told y'all we didn't like it. We just said we knew y'all wasn't gonna like it. We knew y'all wasn't gonna like it, but it is what it is. Now we down the rabbit hole. Now we here.
And so that starts today. It started on Tuesday. And I say this, the future is not just something to experience, it's not something to enjoy.
Shut up, goofy Jared Mystic. You're goofy, Jared Mystic. You're goofy. All the Bibles, all the Trump cards, all the crypto, all the golf course across the country, the $400 million plane, all of those things are enriching him. Goofy Jared Mystic. Goofy. You see how people spout nonsense in the chat? You see how he spouts nonsense in the chat. Don't know nothing, ain't did no research, and even if they did do research, the zombie effect tells them that they don't understand. The zombie effect tells, don't believe your lying eyes and ears. Just believe what I say. That's why I call you zombies sometimes. Because you don't do no research. You just believe everything you see and hear. Crypto coin, memes, Bibles, jackets, credit cards, baseball cards, RX, Trump RX. All of these things are enriching your scammer president, Jeremy Mystic Zombie. Jesus, get into the game, man. Get into the game. What about all the other stuff, Jeremy Mystic Zombie? He got 10 other things out there that you goofies out there paying for. In order for them to take a meeting with the president, they gotta buy his crypto coin. To have a meeting with him, you gotta buy his crypto coin. He's selling the pardons. You gotta pay him $1 million, $2 million in order to get a pardon. Zombie Jerry Mystic. Get into the game. Your president is a scammer. And he's a horrible person.
Something to manifest. It's decisions, not conditions, that will determine our fate in future. The fact that
he donates his salary. He don't donate nothing else, Nicholas. Shut up.
You chose to be here is testament to that. We have agency. We can shape the future here in Texas. We can shape the future here all across the South and across the United States of America. You have that power. You do. Not Donald Trump. Not Donald Trump. Hardly. No. It's about all of us. By the way, anyone checked out my Patriot store? You been seeing anything on Twitter that we're sending out lately? I'm just saying, if you haven't, you may want to check it out. And word to the wise, we do have, well, and forgive me, but we do have some knee pads. It's a signature series. They're sold out at the moment. The universities and all these law firms and members.
This Nicholas dude got in this chat. Nicholas just got in the chat and said he cannot be bought. Nicholas just got into the chat and said he cannot be bought. If that ain't the major zombie people talking, I don't know what is. He cannot be bought. That's zombie talk. Every day I find somebody more scary and more scary who gets further down the rabbit hole than anybody else. Donald Trump cannot be bought, y'all. He cannot, literally selling pardons out the back door, but he can't be bought. That's wild. That's wild that you even said it.
Bird. The United States of America in 2025. And so as we enter, I'll close, on 2026, the 250th anniversary of our founding fathers.
Just because he doesn't take a salary doesn't mean he's not corrupt. He's corrupt because of the other things that he has done. Blackmailing Zelensky out of minerals in their country. Doing the same thing over there in, I don't know whether it's Japan, Taiwan, whatever. Putting tariffs on people so you can bargain chip and make them pay you so you won't put tariffs on their country. Selling pardons out the back door. Cryptocurrency you got to buy in order to go to his Mar-a-Lago parties. Cryptocurrency you got to buy in order to invest in his schemes. This is wild. He's the most corrupt president that ever put the damn moniker next to his name. He's the most corrupt president ever.
Restore.
And the people are waking up to it.
Just hope and optimism. But let's also stand up as we take back the House. Let's stand up. Let's stand up to those that have been humiliated, those that feel bullied, those that are afraid and scared. Let's stand up for those that have given up, and let's give them hope. Let's stand up for the rule of law. Let's stand up for a system of checks and balances, and let's stand up for our democracy for all of us. Thank you, Texas. Thank you, Harris County Dems. Thank you, guys.
That was Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom at a campaign stop for Texas. He probably gonna run for president. That's probably what's gonna happen.
As a result of these massive cuts to Medicaid, in New Hampshire, 46,000 people will lose their health insurance. And in my state of Vermont, some 45,000 people will be thrown off the health care that they have. And by the way, when we talk about throwing 15 million people off of Medicaid, when we talk about doubling premiums for over 20 million, what is the reason that this is happening? Who invented this idea? Who said, you know what? Who woke up one day and said, you know what, it's a great idea that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, let's throw 15 million people off of health care, double premiums for millions more.
You all hit the like button, the share button, the subscribe button. We appreciate it. We have this kind of content on Saturday, all day, any kind of Senate hearings, any kind of presidential things, race things, primary things. We have them here every Saturday morning, afternoon. Please hit the like and subscribe and share button, please and thank you. Hit that like share. It don't cost you a dime. Please hit that like button, share button, subscribe button. Please and thank you.
Why didn't they do that?
Well, it is the Trump shutdown, so nobody can say it ain't.
And the answer is in order to give $1 trillion in.
Don't be mad at what I say. Just don't be mad at what I say. Do some fact checking.
Tax breaks to the 1%. So yeah, good news is if you're Elon Musk and you're worth some $500 billion, you get a tax break. Bad news is that if you're a working class person trying to get by on $30,000, $40,000 a year, you lose your health care. There is a reason why poll after poll is showing Republicans responsible for this shutdown. And there is a reason that why on Tuesday there was a wave of disgust at Republicans all over this country, from Maine to California when people said no to Trumpism and no to health care proposals that would throw so many people off of the health care they have. I would hope that my Republican colleagues learn something from that. Now, what the Democrats are talking about, it's not what I want. I would go a lot further. But what they're saying is something very simple. Let us at least not raise premiums, and then we can have a discussion about where we want to go forward. The sitting president here has an idea. I have a different idea. President of the United States has another idea. Put them on the table. Let's see how the American people feel. Run a campaign on it. There'll be an election in 2026. See how the American people feel. Now, getting back to northern New England, I want to talk about what these increased premiums would mean. I want to put them into a real human reality. If the ACA subsidies are not extended, a 40-year-old individual in Portland, Maine, making $35,000 a year, not a lot of money, will see his or her health insurance premiums go up from $1,167 a year to $2,556 a year, a 119% increase for somebody making $35,000 a year. And this is one, because it's true in Vermont and it's true all over the country. And I want people to hear this. Again, I'm talking about Maine. I'm going to be talking about Vermont. It is true in every state in America. A 60-year-old couple, that is a couple not yet eligible for Medicare, making $85,000 a year in Fort Kent, Maine.
This is where we're at. The Democrats started this shutdown. They shut down this government because they wanted the Biden-era subsidies for ACA to be extended, and they wanted the Medicare to be restored, and they wanted the food stamps to be paid out. They stopped all of this. Democrats did it. They stopped it. Then, once it was stopped, they knew that the Republicans had already put in a bill or a kickback for the food stamps. So they could have paid the food stamps out. The Republicans could have paid it out. They put it together in July. Just for this contingency, the Republicans put together a fund for food stamps to pay it out, just in case the government went down. They refused to release that kickback that they had put together in July. They refused to put it back. They refused to release it. We ain't releasing nothing. We ain't doing nothing. We're not helping none of this stuff. Okay, so states went to the courts 2 times and said they have a contingency fund. They won't release the funds for food stamps. They have a contingency fund. The court said, release the funds. They said, we ain't doing it. Release the funds. We ain't doing it. The last person that they spoke to was Ketanji Jackson Brown, the last lady on the Supreme Court. She said, give the Trump administration a couple days and then they'll release the funds. She did that decision on Wednesday or Thursday. I'm not sure when she did that decision, but she gave the Trump administration probably until this Monday to get the funds released. Completely get the funds released. Not the partials, complete. So the funds are able to be released because the Supreme Court said they could be. The Supreme Court said they could be. They're lying to the Supreme Court. They have the funds. They just don't want to release them. So when you decide that you're not going to release them, even after the Supreme Court tells you to release them, it becomes your shutdown. It becomes your issue. You're the one who stopped it, from people from getting food stamps because we know that you can. Okay? The Supreme Court said, we know that you can. They did. They paid it. So they paid it out. They paid partial or they paid full. Okay, cool. Then that's how it is. It became your shutdown. It became your shutdown when you decided you were going to go against it. Okay? Yes. Ketanji Brown is the one who told them they could stop dispersing food stamps until they figured out a way to give them. She's the one who did that. So therefore, the food stamps are released. Now, the initial fight is Democrats didn't want to sign off on anything because you guys are going to make The ACA payments go up and the Medicare payments disappear. They do not want the ACA payments to go up, and they do not want the Medicare to disappear. And the Republicans don't care whether you have Medicare or Medicaid or food stamp or ACA. They don't care one way or the other. They feel like this is their winning ticket, but it's not. 69% of the people polled said they know this is a Republican problem. They have the House, the floor, they have the House, the Senate, and the White House. So they understand that this is a Republican Republican shutdown. It initially started with the Democrats, but the Democrats, they got pushed to the side when the Trump administration decided that they weren't going to pay out food stamps. They decided that they had the authority to do it, but they decided they didn't want to. They didn't want to feed people. They wanted to see people starve. Instead of giving you Medicaid, Medicare, they'd rather you starve. That's how it looked. That's how it played to the American public. Yes. They out there taking that poll. Sorry, Tom. I'm sorry. It is what it is. So right now, the majority of American people say it's the Republicans' fault. But here's the thing, and I can't get past it. Donald Trump been saying, we're going to replace their plan. We're going to replace the Obamacare. We're going to replace the Obamacare. We haven't seen them propose anything yet. This would be a perfect time for them to propose it. They haven't proposed any kind of medical plan because they don't have any medical plan. And for some of you goofies out there, Medicaid and Medicare are socialist programs already. We already get socialist programs. Why not just open up that Medicare and Medicaid for everybody? Let everybody get Medicare and Medicaid. Why don't they just do that? Because they don't want to do that. They don't want anybody to be on private health. They don't want anybody to be on government subsidized health care. They want you to have private health care. So this is where we're at. This is where we are at. This is the Republican shutdown because by them going to court 2-3 times saying we don't want to give them food stamps, we don't want to give them anything. That's what they said. They made it their shutdown. So this is where we're at at the Republican shutdown. This is where we're at.
Will see their premiums go up from $7,200 a year to $38,490 a year, a 435% increase. So, Mr. President, we are talking about a 60-year-old couple making $85,000 a year will now be paying $38,000 in premiums, not to mention out-of-pocket cost. That is almost 50% of their incomes for health care. Mr. President, in New Hampshire, a family of 4 making $80,000 a year will see their premiums increase by $297 a month.
So my question is, why hasn't the Republicans put forth their medical plan? Seeing as how their medical plan is better than the Democrats. And they said they would have a plan for the American people to replace Obamacare. Where is their plan that replaces Obamacare? I would like to know where is their plan to replace Obamacare. They said they had a proposal. They had a proposal for a plan. They don't have a plan they don't have a plan to replace Obamacare because they don't plan to replace Obamacare. The only thing they want to do is get everybody off of Obamacare and make you pay for your own insurance. They have no plan. That's the problem. And people can't afford to get a plan on their own. Pre-existing conditions and chronic people will be priced out of the market if they did that. They just want you to do it yourself. They don't want to help you do it. They just want you to do it yourself. They don't want to help you pay for any of it. That's the whole point. Travis, you retard. You didn't have a problem with them paying the rich people to get tax breaks. Now your retarded ass is over here caping for rich men. You're caping for rich men and telling the poor people to get up off their ass. You dumb cow. Don't come in here caping for rich men. who don't want to help pay for the poor in this country. Don't come over here caping for rich men. Freaking toaster. I hate when you come over here full guns blazing, talking 2-point crazy and calling people names, and you over here caping for rich people. Nobody said a word or batted an eye. None of you maggots batted a word or an eyebrow when they gave all that money to those rich people in that big, beautiful bill. Not one of y'all batted a damn eye. But now you over here trying to tell Becky or Bum Keisha that they shouldn't be buying steak. Bitch, get out of here. Don't come over here talking about nothing and you ain't got nothing substantial to say. You gave the money to the rich people. Shut your dumb ass up and give it to the poor people. Don't come over here talking crazy. Shut your dumb ass up. You gave it to the rich people.
$3,600 a year more on an income of $80,000. Think about it. A 62-year-old couple in New Hampshire making $90,000 a year will see their premiums go up by $14,000 a year. Making $90,000, couple making $90,000, you're going to see your health care premiums go up by $14,000. How do you survive with that kind of increase? In Vermont, my state, if the ACA subsidies are not extended, in Bennington, a couple in their 60s earning $85,000 a year now pays about $830 a month in premiums for their Blue Cross Blue Shield health care. Next year, without these subsidies...
I can't do research for you. I cannot do research for you. Not every person who gets food stamps can afford food. There are working poor people out here in the world. There are elderly, there are disabled, there are veterans, there are poor kids, there are people who are working 2 full-time jobs, 3 full-time jobs, and can't afford their bills, and they still can't afford food. What part of that don't y'all get? What part of that don't you get? Because all we hear is you goofy zombies over here talking about, oh, you got to get off your lazy ass and work. How the hell is somebody who's disabled going to get themselves off their ass and work? How the hell is somebody who's old going to get their ass off their lazy ass and work? Stop saying dumb shit. Just saying stuff for no reason. Hey, how about them Epstein files, y'all? How about them Epstein files?
They would pay $3,000 a month. Add the deductible and other costs, and they'll spend nearly half of their income, more than $40,000 a year, on health care. Couple in their 60s in Bennington, Vermont, and it is true all over this country, will be spending...
I'm going to call you Goofy because I'm not going to call you anything else. I'm going to call you Goofy because you have goofy logic over here. Goofy logic says, tell poor people to get off their ass and work. No, we don't mind giving the rich people our money. We just gave a scammer a whole shitload of money in July, who gave our shitload of money to rich people. Then he gave $40 billion to a whole bunch of other people in another country, and he let our farmers go bankrupt. And these people over here caping, putting on their cape for these rich people. Over here putting on a cape for these rich people. Thank you for the super chat, Cutting Edge. If you need 6 out of 10 to open the government, and the Republicans have only 53, and the Democrats have 47, and you need 60 votes, scheduled to open it, and Democrats don't vote, is obviously Democrats. I said the first thing I said was the Democrats' fault that it closed. But it's the Republicans' fault that it's staying closed. You know, to see the difference? The Democrats closed it. The Democrats started it, but the Republicans kept it going when they know they can open the government. Yeah, right. Okay, I'm the one. None of you guys doing any goddamn research. I hate zombies. Because y'all zombies. I hate
Almost
zombies.
50% of their incomes
They
on
don't
health.
do no research. They just be in the chat talking. Don't do no. You want to ask a question? Put it in the super chat. Otherwise, shut your ass up. Listen.
Care. That is insane. Now, it's interesting, Mr. President, that my Republican friends now are beginning to talk about health care. For a while, they didn't have a word to say. They're coming down here. And that's a good thing. So I think that's the kind of discussion that we should have.
You all hit the like button and subscribe button, please, and thank you. We have raw content over here. We don't coddle people. We don't coddle the Democrats. We don't coddle the Republicans. The Democrats started this shit, but the Republicans own it now that they went to court 2 times, said they went to court twice trying to stop the money from being released. This is the Republicans' shutdown because they went to court 2 times to not have to pay the money out. If they wouldn't have did anything, I would have still blamed the Democrats. But they went and they deliberately said they weren't going to pay to the courts. So now it's the Republicans' shutdown. It's their shutdown now.
But one thing we should know is what we are talking about here is deadly serious. And I know that some of my colleagues, have talked.
You all please hit the like button and the share button, subscribe button. We have this kind of content back and forth where we can exchange ideas. I want somebody to put in the chat, what can they do? What can we do with healthcare? Somebody put in the chat what we can do to make healthcare better or make the Republicans give us healthcare. What can we do? Please put it in the chat. We'd love to have ideas as to what the hell we do now. Because I'm not going to sit back and cape for no rich people. I'm not caping for no rich people. I want you to help people who make between $30,000 and $150,000. That's what I want. That's what we want to find out. How we can force them to work for us. They don't work for us. We're trying to get them to work for us. Not everybody can do a health savings plan, family, because there are elderly people and disabled people and children. So they can't do the health savings plan. That's privatized. You can't do that. The whole point is to give it a cap. I said 150, it could be somewhere else. I don't know. There's a lot of people who make 150K and they poor. What you talking about? Just ask anybody in the chat that makes money close to that and they still poor.
About bringing forward a proposal that would ask the majority leader here in the Senate to bring forth a Democratic proposal to deal with this crisis. And it would be a strong proposal. But unfortunately, that would be a very wasteful and fraudulent gesture. It would mean nothing. Because no matter what happens,
you don't need it, mercenary, but a lot of people do need it. A lot of people do need it. Okay? And you're as strong as your weakest link. If you cut off your poor people, that's going to be the detriment of this country. I didn't say 150K was poor. I didn't say that. I said this administration hasn't done anything for the people who make $30,000 to $150,000. You explain to me what they have done. Okay? What they have done to help those people. Those people need help. And people keep thinking, Oh, well, you got to get off your lazy ass. Some of these people don't work all their life. Handicapped people can't work. That's why veterans need help. And then we don't blink an eye to the 40 billion that went over there to Argentina. They don't blink an eye. Just let it go. No, we just gonna get the money we just gonna give our money away. We ain't gonna do America first. We just gonna give our money away to whoever wants it and let the poor people starve. This is wild. That's wild to me. That we sitting here having an argument about food stamps. About food stamps. People are having an argument about food stamps. Okay? That's wild. That's wild to me.
Happened with that proposal here, and I don't know that it would pass. I suspect.
Just like trench warfare. We're going to win. We're going to make them do the white flag. We're going to continue to take our same tired arguments and fight each other until we wear the...
That Doge people, y'all need to go look at that Doge report. DOGE. That Doge report said most of the fraud and waste in food stamps was at the point of sale, not the people. Most of the fraud was at the point of sale. 14% of the fraud was at the point of sale. Why do you keep running your mouth talking about they need to get off their ass and stop scamming the system? It's not the people, it's the point of sale. The people who take money for the food stamps. That's where most of the fraud is. Man, why y'all just don't be reading? I don't understand. I got to go over things every day. Thank you, at Jamin2076 for $2. Thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate it. I appreciate your super sticker. Please hit the like button and subscribe. We have this kind of content all the time. Sorry for brainwash, Mac. The people with disability, they can barely pay for their medicine. They can barely pay for all of that. Okay? But the thing is, nobody said anything about giving the billionaires tax breaks. Ain't nobody getting no money from that. Ain't nobody getting no money from them giving tax breaks to them rich people. Nobody. The ACA and the Obamacare started to go crazy when the Republicans took away the individual mandate. When the individual mandate went away, that's when ACA started going down the slide. That's why. Come on, y'all. Damn, why I gotta say this stuff all the time? Why is it that y'all gotta say this stuff all the time? Okay?
One down. Well, the people who are casualties, the collateral damage, if you will, of the American people. We need to have creative thinking, but one in which people are willing to move beyond the way they've ordinarily thought. So, the Affordable Care Act attempted to make health care affordable, but
that was the only way, family, that health care would have been lower and cheaper for everybody. You had to put the individual mandate in there that mandated that healthy people got in there too. And I'm going to give you an example. If you're healthy, 25-year-old, and then there's a 25-year-old who has health problems, which one would you insure for $25, or which one would you insure for $200? You would insure the one who has health problems for $200 compared to the one who doesn't have any problems for $20. That's what the ACA did. It put healthy people in the exchanges right along with unhealthy people, pre-existing conditions and chronic conditions. They put them in the same pool so that it would be cheaper. So both of us, it would be cheaper if we both got into the pool. Once that individual mandate said, you healthy people don't need to be in here, the cost skyrocketed for the people who had chronic and pre-existing conditions. It skyrocketed because all of those people needed the health insurance, and those people chronically go to the doctor more. But you had to balance it out with healthy people. That's how ACA got off the track. Half of y'all don't even know it. And other things, cost of living and X, Y, and Z. Of course, other things that occurred to it too. And that's the Republicans tinkering around the edges of the ACA to make it weaker, because they don't want you to have they don't want you to have public health insurance. They want to take it away. That's why they're fighting so hard right now not to give the Democrats this health care, because they don't want to continue to pay it. They don't want you to have Medicare. They want you to just flounder, be in the streets, not have no kind of insurance. All those preconceived conditions, all those chronic illnesses, they don't give a damn. They just want you to die. They just want you to get up out there. That's wild. Nobody talking about illegals. Shut up about illegals. This ain't even about illegals.
Throwing more money at insurance companies. The enhanced premium tax credit is the latest example. Next year, it'll send, if it's restarted, it'll send $26 billion to insurers to not lower the cost of health care, but to paper over the premium increases that are part of the increased cost of health care.
It's all about illegals on your side. It's all about illegals on your side, truly free, not the Democrats. That's not what we're fighting about. You're goofy.
Doesn't make healthcare.
Oh, I forgot to ask. Did anybody put in the chat what the big beautiful bill did for people between 30,000 and 150,000? Would somebody put that in the chat, please? What the big beautiful bill did for people making 30 to 150K. What did the big beautiful bill do for them? Please put it in the chat. I would love to know. Please put it in the chat. Okay? I would love to know. And I would also love to know. No, well, I asked that later. But yeah, please put that in the bill. Please hit the like button, the like, the hair, the hate, the share. Please and thank you. We have this content all the time. Debating, no debating, regular talk, to talk. I usually put my phone number on the board, but most of y'all don't like to call in. Most of y'all don't want to call in because you don't want to have no conversation about it, for real. You just want to spout in the chat. There's a phone number. If anybody feel like calling. Wait a minute, hold on. Google voice. Yeah. Anybody feel like calling? Call on in. Say what you got to say. That's the phone number. Talk about this government shutdown. If anybody wants to say anything about it. Seeing as how I'm lying all the time, I would love to hear about how I'm lying about this. Lying about that. I would love to know.
Cheaper. In fact, if you don't have one of these policies.
There's a phone number at the bottom of the screen. The phone is open. If anybody want to call and have a conversation, please and thank you.
It could contribute to inflation. And if you're not getting the subsidy and you're buying individual insurance, your policies are definitely higher. This is actually working against the financial interests of many American families. Oh, yes, if you're getting it, it papers over the increase. I would argue, though, there's a better way to do it. Instead of
yeah, but how many people own a business? Just me? How many?
Paying in
Hold on. We have a phone call. Hold on.
Call from
Family Rap Hole.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Oh, okay. One of those goofy people. We got you. Call back. I would love to know what you had to say. Call back. But that's the point. Conversation about the food stamps or the big beautiful bill. The whole point is We got to deal with what we got to deal with. It started off as a Democrat shutdown. Now it's a Republican shutdown. It is what it is because they went to court 2 or 3 times to stop having to pay out food stamps, having to pay out anything. They went to court 2 times saying they did not want to pay anything. They did not want to pay out any. They didn't want to do anything. They deliberately went to the court and said, we don't want to pay anything. We don't want to do X, Y, and Z. The truth hurts. The truth hurts is over here caping for rich people. She over here caping for rich people. When you come over here and say they need to get off their ass and get a job, that means that you're caping for rich people. You're a poor person caping for rich people. That's wild to me. That's why. It has nothing to do with illegals. It has nothing to do with illegals. And maybe I don't know, maybe y'all don't understand the English that I'm speaking. Maybe I'm speaking something crazy. I don't know. You all hit the like button, the share button, subscribe button, please and thank you. We have this content every day. The Democrats started this shutdown. I'm fully ready to admit that. Can admit that. Oh, full stop. They started. But the minute the Republicans started going to court saying they weren't going to pay any food stamps out, they weren't going to open up the government for X, Y, and Z. The minute they did that the first time, okay, fine. The minute they did it the second time, now you own this. You own this now because you went to court and told the court that you weren't going to open it up. Even when the court told you that you could open it up, that you had the funds to open it up, you said you weren't going to open it up. You said you weren't going to pay out the food stamps. So this is a Trump shutdown. This is a Republican shutdown because they went to court 2, 3 times to say they weren't going to pay. Say they weren't going to open up the court. You want a question answered? Please put it in a super chat. You want to debate a question? Put it in the super chat. You want to ask me a question? Put it in the super chat. That's just that simple.
Flexible spending account does not treat the individual as a ward of the state. It treats them like a capable consumer.
Yes,
who can decide
they were
where to go
guilty at the beginning.
in
Now
a
they're
way
not.
which is best for they and their family. Now, some ask, won't this cost money?
Did y'all not see the exit polls on Tuesday? Did you all see the exit polls on Tuesday? The exit polls on Tuesday said 59%. Somebody said the 69% ain't true. So it must be 59%. Maybe it's 59%. I could have made a mistake. 59% of the people who came out of the booths after they voted, 59% said it's the Republicans' fault that the government shut down. The Republicans have all 3 branches: House, Senate, White House. It's their fault because we know that they can we know they can open up the government. We know this. No, Tuesday night polls were Democrats and Republicans, goofy. Not all Democrats went to the polls. Some Republicans went to the polls too. Republicans went to the polls too. And they all said, 59% said it's a Republican fault. So they're losing the argument. They just are. Because you guys run the government. You guys run the government. Republicans run the government. It is what it is. Okay? So you should have been, and you went to the court 3 times and said you weren't going to open up the government, even though you had the opportunity to open up the government. You decided not to open up the government. Yeah, it don't make no sense, peace. It makes no sense. You want to say something, put it in chat, super chat. Makes no sense. This is a Republican shutdown, and that is what all the polling has said. And it wasn't a CNN poll, it was a Fox News poll. Goofy.
Yeah, about the same as the enhanced premium tax credits for the first year. My Democratic colleagues should like that. An individual, though, would be getting a better value. Instead of, could I have that previous poster up, please? Please. Again, mind the typo, but instead of only 80% of the money going for health care, under the pre-funded flexible spending account, 100% of the money that we're putting up is going to pay for real health care, your dentist, your physician, your prescription drugs, etc. 100%, and over here only 80%. And she makes the choice. The choice is not made for her. Now, as I conclude, let me point out a real irony. And I've not wanted this to be partisan at all. I am asking for Democrats and Republicans to come together and find a solution to reopen the government, to pay the people who've been working, and to make sure that those people traveling over Thanksgiving actually have an airport that's open that they can go to. So let's just move beyond our trench line, and let's actually think creatively. And can we give just a little bit to find something which benefits the patient, but may also get us out of this situation? I think the American people are as mad as hell, and they're not going to they're just not going to put up with it anymore.
Right.
We got to be responsive to that. It's the right thing to do. But let me conclude by pointing out the irony. These enhanced premium tax credits, they're a direct result of a workaround to a portion of Obamacare that was not fully implemented. So Democrats are fighting to keep something which is a workaround for something that Republicans formally objected to.
Yes.
And frankly, Republicans are kind of supporting something that is in line with what Obamacare tried to do. The roles have been flipped. But because one side proposes it, the other side reflexively objects. Let's just stop that. Why don't we just say right now we're actually going to listen as opposed to automatically object because the other side puts it up. So the choice is before us. We can keep on paying insurance companies to hide the cost of the health care, buying confusing bills and rising premiums in a system which actually raises the cost of premiums for some, or we can trust Americans with the tools to pay for their care directly at fair prices with total transparency. If we can, it puts patients first, not insurers. It encourages competition, smart choices, and it begins to make healthcare truly affordable, not by inflating subsidies, but by unleashing the power of an informed consumer.
You all stay focused. Stop talking about stuff that has no relevance. I see dumb shit in the comment section. KKK, goofy. Stop talking about stuff that makes no difference. We're talking about the American people and America first. That's what we're talking about. Putting Americans first. Okay? Americans need health care. America needs food stamps. Stop talking goofy like you don't understand that. The whole point is to stop caping for the rich people. They keep caping for the rich people. Why don't you just talk to the chat then, Tommy Bear? Do that, zombie. Do that thing, zombie.
Now, I'll finish by saying we got to open the government. I mean, we can't even write this legislation unless we have the government open. But you've got this chairman's commitment that we are going to have a hearing in the Help Committee in November on how do we address the issue that is before us right now. And then I will finish by saying, as a physician who used to work in a hospital for the working uninsured, who saw middle-income families that could not afford their insurance and could not afford their health care, I am personally deeply invested in not just reopening the government, but making health care affordable again.
Yeah.
I just ask
people in the chat, please state your facts. That's what you do when you come over here. You come over here and you call people dumb. They don't understand. They don't get it. X, Y, and Z. I call you zombies because you don't do research. You just come over and say somebody's lying, and you never have any research with you. I stated facts, stuff that people already know. And I'm a liar. That's the weird part about it. The Democrats did start this shutdown. The Republicans did go to court 3 times and say they couldn't release funds when we know they lied. They did do that. It is true that the Republicans don't want you to have health care. They want it to be privatized. They kicked y'all off of Medicaid and food stamps in the summer in July. Those are facts. I'm still trying to figure out where I lied about anything. You can't prove me wrong because I'm not lying. That's wild. It's wild. I gotta quit fighting with you zombies. You zombies don't do research.
That my Democratic colleagues not to oppose this idea just because it's a Republican proposing it. And I will say that as a Republican, I will do my best to listen to them. With that, I yield.
Senator from Wisconsin.
As my colleague from Louisiana wishes we were all here voting on the deal that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle had taken yes for an answer to open up the government. I wish that's what I was on the floor here today to do. That not being accomplished, what I was hoping to be able to do is once again offer a unanimous consent request to pay the people that are working. Came down to the floor 2 weeks ago with the Shutdown Fairness Act to pay the people that we're forcing to work. Pretty common sense. Did not include furloughed workers. The other side objected. I agreed to add furloughed workers. Worked with them over the last couple of weeks. Came on the floor yesterday, offered that unanimous consent request, and there were more objections. So we offered a vote. So let's proceed to that bill.
Wait a minute, hold on. Tom, explain to me why they went to court. Why did the Republicans go to court and say they couldn't release the funds? When they made the funds, they deliberately made a fund, $6 billion, to give people food stamps just in case this happened. Why is it that they made a slush fund like that in July, and now they say we can't release it? We can't legally release it. Why is it that they're lying to the American public? No, we want smart ass Tom to answer the question. Tom seems to think that we blame the Democrats in the beginning, but we don't blame the Republicans for nothing. Why did the Republicans go to court and say they weren't going to pay out the food stamps when they made the contingency plan in July for food stamps at $6 billion in the kitty? It was a kitty for food stamps in July that they made. Why is it that they didn't want to pay out the kitty food stamps? Why did they go to court 3 times and say they could not release the funds? I ain't asked nobody else to tell me. I said the jokester, the zombie Tom. He knows who he's talking about. Why is it that they went to court 3 times and said they weren't going to release the food stamps? And if you don't answer me, shut the hell up, because you don't know what you're talking about. They went to court 3 times and told them they couldn't release the food stamp. And we know they're lying because they made it. They made the slush fund just for food stamps. Don't do no research. Just be up here talking. I don't know what you're talking about, Tom. Answer the goddamn question. Don't worry about what the fuck I said. You know what I'm saying. Answer the question. Why did they go to court and say they couldn't release the food stamp funds when they made the contingency, they made the kitty for food stamps back in July? $6 billion they put together to pay food stamp people if we went down in a emergency shutdown. Why is it that they went to court saying they weren't going to pay it? They didn't want to pay it. Why? The Republicans said they weren't going to pay it. The Republicans put it together. Why is that? Why did they go to court and say they didn't want to pay it? We're waiting because you don't know, because they're lying to the American public, saying we can't release it. We can't. They're lying. So this is their shutdown. They're the ones that are holding the funds. The government, the court told them, release the money. Just be talking. Don't know what they talking about. Just be talking. No, Ketanji Brown Jackson is a Supreme Court person. She's the one that made the final decision. She told them to release the money, to release the funds, that they could release the funds. She's the one. She's the final say. We're not talking about them other damn judges. We're talking about Ketanji Brown. Goofy.
Let's work out literally clarification differences. There's really nothing substantive. We're going to pay all the workers being forced to work. We're going to pay all the furloughed workers. We added contractors. I mean, we've done just about everything we could so that we were no longer punishing the people working for our dysfunction. We're no longer going to use these.
Yes, they're giving him a stay for a couple of days in order for them to get it released. They should have it released. Didn't they release them? My understanding is they released them. They didn't release them, or they did. What happened to the emergency that they kept saying, we can't release them. It's illegal to release them. We can't release the kiddie fund. It's illegal. Bunch of zombies. A bunch of zombies. A bunch of zombies. Wow. A bunch of zombies.
Individuals as pawns, and the American people as pawns in this horrific partisan gamesmanship.
I hear exactly what they're talking to me about. They're telling me lies. They're telling us lies. We already went to court. They already went to court. The last person to speak was Ketanji Brown Jackson. Yeah. Wow. Just goofy. I can't get it.
Unfortunately, the other side wouldn't agree to get on the bill, which, by the way, that's how you pass legislation around here. You get on a bill. It may not be perfect. There may be some objections to the other side. You open it up for amendments. You work on those differences, and then you know, again, if the other side doesn't particularly like the bill, they can vote no at the tail end. They can block it then. But instead, they blocked it on the front end. So we immediately went into discussions. Literally about an hour ago, I thought I had a deal where at least the primary objector of the Shutdown Fairness Act was not going to object. We've hit some snags. So unfortunately, I don't think in today's session we'll be able to offer that for unanimous consent request, but I do want to tell my colleagues we are still working hard. I can do everything I can to accommodate, to clarify the bills, to let the folks on the other side know, no, we're not creating a slush fund. We're not giving the president discretion to use this money wherever he wants. We're not excluding certain workers. We're not giving the president the ability to include or exclude. We're including all the workers. So again, I will continue to, and my staff is working overtime. God bless them, doing everything they can to be able to offer this. If we don't have a deal tomorrow, at least, I'm literally hoping and praying that folks on the other side of the aisle will, at a minimum, stop using federal workers, the American public, as pawns in this partisan gamesmanship. But doesn't look like we're going to be doing that tonight. But as long as we got some time on the floor, I guess what I'd like to do is I'd like to discuss a hearing we held earlier in the week in my permanent subcommittee on investigations. It was titled Assessing the Damage Done by Obamacare. I hate to report the folks on the other side refuse to acknowledge the very obvious damage being done across the board by Obamacare. I had three witnesses, and we kind of did this in three different categories. The first category was talking about the damage done by the consolidation of industries across the board in healthcare. If you want lower prices, I come from the private sector. What the free market guarantees is basically three things: the lowest possible price and cost, the highest quality, the highest level of customer service. Now, it's not perfect, but there's no economic system that works better than that. The problem we have in healthcare is we've largely driven free market principles out of healthcare. We have a third-party payer system. Decades ago, patients paid 80%, 80 cents on the dollar for the healthcare they received. Today, they pay about a dime. Somebody else is always picking up the tab for the specific procedure. Now, we pay dearly in taxes, in insurance premiums, but it's disconnected from the actual point of sale, from the actual cost of procedure. So there's no transparency. Doctors don't know what things cost. The provider, it's some accountant, and I love accountants. I'm one of them, but it's some accountant in the provider's back office dealing with some accountant in the insurance and some accountant in CMS or whichever third-party payer. So we had a complete breakdown of price transparency because we don't have free market principles. We don't have consumerism, true consumerism in healthcare. But this is a chart that the senator from South Carolina put up yesterday. I think others have used it as well. That really makes.
Here, I'm finna help you out, Tom. I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna help you out. Congress did appropriate a contingency reserve for the supplemental assistance program that can be used in certain circumstances when a regular appropriations lapse. Yes, they did make a fund for food stamps. They decided they weren't going to use those. Finish.
Makes the point in terms of consolidation of the industry, which is, of course, when you have concentrated power.
So if the money was already there for them to pass with the food stamps, Tom, why didn't the Republicans release it so that the people could get the food stamps? If the money was already there, why are they playing chicken with the food stamps, Tom? It was made specifically for the food stamps. It wasn't made for nothing else but the food stamps. So why is it that they didn't want to release them? The Republicans didn't want to release food stamps. They did not want to give the people the food stamps, which is what I said.
You have less competitive benefits. This is just the percent increase in the stock price of, I think, 7 of the top insurance carriers. United Health Group, 1,177% increase in stock price since the implementation of Obamacare. Cigna, 822%. Anthem, only 414%. Humana, 490. Molina, 859. Centene, 604. Aetna, 595% increase. This is a concentration of power, a reduction in competition, and this proves the increase in prices, the dollars, the trillions of dollars flowing into insurance companies, taxpayer dollars flowing to insurance companies because of the faulty design of Obamacare. That aided and abetted this consolidation, this lack of competition in the healthcare market. The second area of damage literally was to Medicaid. I mean, Obamacare has basically provided insurance through 2 mechanisms, Medicaid and the individual exchanges. Medicaid, of course, we talked about this in our One Big Beautiful Bill, the whole reconciliation package. The harm caused to Medicaid is profound. By allowing states to sign up able-bodied, single, working-age adults into Medicaid, that wasn't the main abuse. The main abuse is we reimbursed those states for every dollar they spent
This is a disaster, Billy Henry, idiot. This is a disaster. What are you talking about? The funds were put together for food stamps. What are you talking about?
For a single able-bodied adult, they get $9 as a federal reimbursement. That compares to, for every dollar spent on a disabled child, the states get $1.33. So that has led to rampant abuse. I would call it legalized fraud. Provider taxes, provider fees. That's not health care. But the American taxpayer is picking up the tab at a ratio of 9-to-1 for those state-directed payments and, again, provider fees, provider taxes. It's also crowded out services for the disabled. There was an excellent article in the Wall Street Journal written by the father of a 17-year-old.
The question is, why were they fighting not to even release that? Why were they fighting not to even release that, Tom?
Severely autistic child. And God bless this family. They're taking care of this child at home. But they could use help. And so what they were hoping for is to be able to have access to home health care. They're on a 10-year waiting list because those providers would much rather service an able-bodied Medicaid Advantage adult as opposed to a disabled child. So again, we've crowded out those disabled children from Medicaid providers, and of course we've cost American taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars. Provider fees, provider taxes, which unfortunately we weren't able to fix. The third area of damage done by Obamacare is in the individual markets. Now, I bought health care for 30 years. Every year we negotiate with the insurance carriers. I remember early on when we didn't have 100 employees even, and so I'm very familiar with the small employer group markets. Probably about 3 or 4 years into my buying health care, because of competition, we had an insurance carrier come in and say, you don't even need to have deductibles or out-of-pocket maximums. We're going to match your insurance rate, 0 deductibles. I thought, great. I mean, what a great year for our employees. They didn't pay a dime for anything. And the insurance rate was what we had the previous year. Well, of course, the next year, they jacked up our rates 40%, so I had to go back in the market. But that's just an anecdotal story of how competition actually worked. Now, again, I don't have the exact figures, but I do not recall, in the 30 years of buying health insurance, ending in about 2010, I don't ever recall a deductible, a per-person deductible. And generally, the way a family plan would work is you have number of deductibles, 2 or 3 per family. I don't recall one ever higher than $2,500, with an out-of-pocket maximum with the copays, the 20-80% copay. So a family would maybe have one person with illness, they'd go through their $2,500 deductible, and then if there are charges above that, 80-20 split, up to a maximum out-of-pocket of $5,000 per year. That's it. That's the most. Again, that started out back in the early 80s, started out maybe $100 deductible with a maximum out-of-pocket of $1,000. But again, that all, because of inflation, by the time I elected, it was about $5,000 maximum out-of-pocket. What has happened because of Obamacare, the faulty design of it, forcing the small percentage of people on the individual exchanges to pick up the full cost of pre-existing conditions. Back when I was buying insurance, we had something called high-risk pools. They weren't perfect.
Now he's talking about people having high premiums because of pre-existing conditions. They wouldn't be having these problems with pre-existing conditions and chronic conditions if the Republicans would not have taken the individual mandate away. They took away the individual mandate, which helped the cost to stay low. We had other factors, of course, you had cost of living and X, Y, and Z or whatever, but they still were lower than a regular priced insurance plan. And people know how much insurance is right now because you pay what you pay because of the individual mandate is gone and other factors. But the individual mandate was the primary reason why why the payments in for ACA and Obamacare were reasonable for people to pay because we had other healthy people in the program. When they decided that they didn't want the healthy people to be in the program and you could just vote, buy whatever insurance you wanted to buy, you didn't have to have the individual mandate, that's when ACA started going down the tubes. That's when who was left on the ACA was chronic conditions and pre-existing conditions, and that was what it wasn't considered unconstitutional. They just defunded it. The Republicans just defunded what is it called? They took away the penalty. They took away the penalty for not paying for insurance. And therefore that took everybody off the insurance. Stop it. It wasn't unconstitutional. It wasn't found to be unconstitutional. Stop it.
Some modifications, we could have completely covered people with pre-existing conditions, but the way they worked is every insurer that sold products in the state had to basically take on people high risk. So as I'm buying insurance, let's say I had somebody who was diagnosed with
Republicans
cancer.
don't have an option.
Insurance carrier would come in.
So people
ask do something they call
you ass out for insurance because the Republicans don't have nothing to see why y'all keep harping on ACA and Obamacare. I don't see nobody trying to replace Obamacare or ACA. If you ain't got nothing to replace it, then try to make it better for the people. The Republicans don't want to try to make it better. They don't want nobody to be on health care. That's the problem. They're beating it down, and we got goofies in the chat helping them beat down insurance for the poor working man. The poor working man can't get no insurance because you got goofies in the chat beating down the only insurance that they could get if they don't have a regular job. That's wild. Caping for the rich people. That's wild.
Laser out that individual. Not a problem because that person right away would go into the high risk pool. And there's so many different options in terms of deductibles, that type of thing. We could buy a plan for that individual from the high risk pool, pretty much the exact same rates as we were getting, the exact same deductibles. If that person had a remission of cancer, no longer lasered out, he came back into our plan. It worked beautifully. It was funded by everybody. Everybody that had, employer-sponsored care, anybody that had insurance policy, a very small percentage was assessed to pay for that high-risk pool. Now, every state was different. Some states were adequately funded, some that weren't. I think Maine had an excellent high-risk pool. But Obamacare dismantled all of that and put the cost of those people with pre-existing conditions that are high risk on the backs of a single-digit percentage of the American population, causing insurance rates to skyrocket. When you hear our Democrat colleagues come to the floor and say, premiums are going to double and triple, well, first of all, that's not true. Gross premiums are going up an alarming 26% nationally, but they're not doubling and tripling. Not on employer-sponsored care, not for most people on the exchanges. What's happening is the net premium after subsidies for people over 400% of the poverty line that no longer get a subsidy, those people could be experiencing double or tripling.
As I said, where is the health plan that the Republicans said they were going to put forward? If they really wanted to help people get a health care plan, they would have put one forward. We haven't seen their health care plan yet. Where is the Republican health care plan? That's all I hear is bashing. The Republicans have never wanted to give you a health care plan. Never. and you're never going to get one under a Republican rule. You're just going to be paying out of pocket for real. And then they don't want you to get on Medicaid because then the government has to help you pay for stuff. It's just a concept. They don't. If you're gonna bash the Obamacare, have a plan in place to help to do better. I haven't seen them present a case that's better yet. Where's your better plan than Obamacare? Is your plan better than Obamacare? Then present your plan and let's do an assessment of your plan. You can do better than Obamacare. Let's see it. That's what we want to know. We ain't mad at you. Just present your plan. Just present a affordable plan for the American people. That's my whole point. Present a better plan than ACA. If you don't have a better plan, shut the fuck up. Yes, pre-existing conditions and chronic people go bankrupt because do you all know that the reason why your Medicare bill and your medical bills and all of those bills are back on your credit report because the Republicans voted to put it back on your credit report? Y'all do know that, right? You do know that they voted to put your medical bills back on your credit report. Remember when they got took off your credit report? Now they back on your credit report. Just dumb. Just saying any old thing. Start listening. Start reading. What is it? Researching. Start doing the research. That's crazy. Trump didn't put out no plan. He put out a prescription plan. He didn't put out no medical plan. That ain't no medical plan. That's a prescription plan for the Wegovy. That's a prescription plan for fat people to get on his prescription plan so he can make the money for the fat people to get skinny. It's called the Trump RX. It'll be up and running come Tuesday. It's all Trump. You're paying the scammer money to lose weight. That's what it's trying. He ain't got no medical plan. None of them have a medical plan. They never wanted to have a medical plan. That's wild.
Race.
And they over here caping for the rich people. The MAGAs are over here caping for the rich people to get wild.
And quite honestly, from my standpoint,
wild.
Those are people I have a great deal of sympathy for that I would like to do something for. But we're not going to enter a negotiation until Democrats open up the government, okay? But again, I've said this repeatedly, I am happy to work with Democrats who will work in good faith, who will acknowledge the problem and repair the damage done by Obamacare and transition to a system that actually works. I think all Republicans are eager to do that. I know President Trump just had a tweet today. What we should be doing is we should be giving the American, these hundreds of billions we spend on this, give that to the American public and let them buy insurance policies that fit their needs, not the highly restrictive ones in Obamacare that have caused premiums to skyrocket. So what this chart shows, the red line here is the increase in the CPI. In other words, total inflation since the inception of Obamacare was 39%. All these blue bars, I know it's hard to read. This is every state, the percent increase in their premiums. That means for a 40-year-old enrolled in the silver benchmark. Again, averages are very difficult here because you have every state different, all these different plans. But we've picked one. This is pretty typical. So the average percent increase by state over all the states is 169% increase versus 39% increase in inflation. That's 4.3 times the rate of inflation. This is what has been happening to the 20-some million people on the individual exchanges. It's because the faulty design of Obamacare. It's got to be fixed. We can fix it. We know how to do it. You reinstitute high-risk pools. You give consumers a choice of all kinds of different options, short-term plans, catastrophic care. By the way, Obamacare insurance is what catastrophic plans looked like in the past, only orders of magnitude more expensive. So again, this is the gory snapshot of what Obamacare has done to individual premiums. Now, I've got another chart that shows you what's happened in the marketplace for employer-sponsored plans. You don't see anything up here at the over 300% level. You see really quite consistency because Obamacare didn't impact employer-sponsored care anywhere near to the extent that it did. Now, it's still way too high. On average, employer plans increased 74% since the inception of Obamacare. A lot of this is driven because of what Obamacare has done in terms of consolidation of every part of the healthcare industry. So there's no reason for these insurance rates to be almost double the rate of inflation. But it's a huge difference. It's a huge difference because there's greater freedom in the employer-sponsored insurance plans than there is in the very prescriptive Obamacare. This last chart, I'm glad I had it because in the hearing, my ranking member, the senator from Connecticut, made the statement that I don't know anybody who's been harmed by Obamacare. Huh? What? I mean, I already mentioned the consolidation of the industry. I mentioned the disabled child is being crowded out by an able-bodied, working-age, childless adult. I already talked about the dramatic increase in premiums for everybody. But the Democrats' own witness, a mom from Wisconsin, was a victim of Obamacare. This isn't exactly what her premiums are because she, quite honestly, didn't have all the information. But she had a few key pieces of information that we could go to look at Obamacare exchanges, come up with the premiums. But this is showing you what's actually happening, okay? This individual, a mom, 2 kids, great person, is a victim of Obamacare. In 2016, her employer dropped coverage because Obamacare gives small employers a great out of not having to put up with the rising healthcare costs by just saying we're not going to buy group insurance anymore. But trust me, I never liked having to buy group insurance for my employees, but you had to do it to be competitive. You had to provide insurance. Again, I'd never want to see any of my employees go uninsured. But now you've got an option. And so a large number of particularly small employers are dropping coverage and forcing their employees into exchange. So in 2016, she got forced into these changes. Now, she initially bought a silver plan. It cost her $1,000 a month. Again, to me, some of you who bought insurance 15 years ago, unbelievably high insurance rate. $1,000 a month, unheard of back when I was buying insurance. So anyway, that was too expensive for her. So a couple of years later, she actually transferred to a bronze plan that she could afford. It cost her $250 a month. But it had a $14,000 deductible. Again, I said earlier, when I was buying it, out-of-pocket maximum for families was like $5,000. A $14,000 deductible, that was a catastrophic care plan. They were dirt cheap. So anyway, so they signed up for that plan. Unfortunately, they have some big health care bills. And her husband had to take out an $18,000 home line of credit. $18,000. This is the Democrat witness, a true victim of Obamacare. Now, of course, she's coming in, very sympathetically, asking us to extend the temporary enhanced subsidies. But this is what people need to understand. They obviously are under 400% of the poverty line because she's still getting subsidies. So look at the annual figures here. In 2025, with the subsidy, her gross premium, again, when the Democrats say, they're doubling premiums, they're talking about the net premium. But the gross premium was $15,000. She got a subsidy of almost $10,000. And so she's paying $5,500 a year. Now, remember, in 2019, she had a silver plan. She was paying $12,000 a year. So now with the enhanced subsidy, the temporary COVID one, again, remember, Democrats are the ones that chose it to expire. She's paying about $5,500. Fast forward, if she loses that enhanced subsidy, she still gets more, she gets a higher subsidy. She's still going to get $10,000, but because her gross premium, because of the faulty side of Obamacare, is going from $15,000 to $19,000, yeah, she's going to experience almost a $3,000 increase in her premium. But not because the enhanced subsidy went away, she's getting an increased dollar amount of subsidy. It's the dramatic increase in premiums that's driving this.
And as we stated, we know why the cost of going up. Well, the cost of going up with everything because of these tariffs and because of what's happening with the insurance companies and this and that. We know why the prices are going up. But the whole point is those prices would have been under control if they wouldn't have took away the individual mandate, because if it's a big gigantic pool of people being covered and most of those people being covered are healthy, the premiums are going to be down. If I got 2 people who have chronic conditions and then 80 people who are healthy, the premiums obviously are going to be low because we have more healthy people than people who have chronic illnesses. This person is not talking in terms of what they did to weaken Obamacare. We got the goofy people running around. Oh, you stepping on my rights. You making me pay for X, Y, and Z. I gotta pay for this. Chronic people who have chronic, like they have high blood pressure or they have diabetes. Those are chronic illnesses, okay? I don't know what other illnesses are chronic illness or pre-existing conditions, those kind of things. Hold on a moment. Jesus. You would be calling. Hold on. Keep calling. Hello?
From.
Black.
To accept, press 1.
Why y'all keep getting up here and then hanging up? What the hell is going on? You got to call back. I have no idea. The next time I get in the office is going to be even worse for you. Terrible president. That's the problem, just me. You're a hater. And we can't help it. Your president is the shittiest president ever. Obama wasn't a terrible president. He wasn't the best. He wasn't the worst. But he damn sure was better than this one that we got. That's for sure. That's for sure. That's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. Okay? Yeah, you just, what you think. We all know it's not truth. We could see by the crowds that we could see by his crowds that he wasn't the worst one. He wasn't one of the worst presidents. Wasn't one of the best presidents, but he ain't the worst. The worst is your guy. Your guy by a mile. Your guy by a mile. Everybody agrees upon that. Even your Republican people agree upon that. That he's a shitty president. Yeah, he's a crook. And that's how he became rich. He's a crook. Goddamn it, Black. Let me get back to my... Don't call me on... Don't do that.
And I'll close on this point because I see the senator from Florida, who, by the way, knows more about health care probably, maybe than anybody in America.
Don't hate, because I know you just tried to call me. You hung up and then you didn't call back.
Certainly in this chamber. And he's got some great ideas on how to fix and repair the damage done by Obamacare and transition to a system that will actually work based on a competitive model. But the other point I want to make, because of their rhetoric, because of their demagoguery, Democrats are pretty well, I think, scared. Of course, that's their tactic, right? Let's scaremonger. scared Americans into believing that everybody's premiums are going to double and triple.
And
Call from.
Right.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Black.
Good afternoon, HQ, and to all your crazy chat people. Jesus Christ, these are some strange people. Is this guy talking a Republican or a Democrat?
He's a Republican.
And so, are they talking about opening up the government, or are people just gonna still be missing out right now?
They're trying to say that the Democrats are holding the government open, holding the government closed for some shitty insurance. That the insurance is shitty and they shouldn't be holding out because of shitty insurance. That's basically what they're saying.
Oh, you talking about the ACA?
Yeah, they're talking about the ACA. That's what he's talking about. The ACA is so shitty. The ACA is so shitty that we shouldn't be holding the government up to care about the ACA. That's basically what he's saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and I kind of agree and disagree with you on the well, I mean, I think I agree with you totally on the individual mandate that them taking it out destroyed the ACA, but I don't agree with them taking it from people in the first place, though.
Yeah,
if
but
you understand what I'm saying.
I get it. I mean, I get all of that, and I get that people didn't want to pay for the ACA, but see, that was the only way that people who had chronic conditions, pre-existing conditions, could get a reasonable rate. The people who had pre-existing conditions, they couldn't get insurance. They couldn't get insurance.
I understand that, but and I know the people with pre-existing conditions and stuff like that is a smaller level, and the healthy people are at a larger level.
Right.
But I think that was totally, because I had to pay that penalty 1 year. Like when I first started my business, I didn't have insurance through a job,
right?
And I had to pay that penalty 1 year, and it was I mean, it wasn't horrible because my business took off, but it was pretty expensive. I think it was like $75 a month over, like 18 months that they penalized me that I didn't have insurance.
Right.
So it added up to like a couple of grand. But I understand what you're saying, but I understand completely that
no, you just one of those people. You just one of them people that don't want to be forced to do anything unless you are the one who said you just don't want to be paid for other people's stuff. I mean, I get that. There's a lot of people who say that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Can you blame anybody for that? Though?
No. I don't blame people for it, but I don't blame people for it. But in order for everybody to be able to afford medical insurance, and you have to agree, you have to understand that there's people who got chronic illnesses, elderly, handicapped, old, people who work jobs that can't afford to have there's people who can work at different jobs and they never can afford insurance. This was the only way.
Yeah, I understand that. Like at Walmart and stuff like that.
Right.
I understand
so
that.
I'm saying
I don't think I should have to pay for them.
Yeah, but you are not paying for them. You're paying for you. Just by you being in the room, there's able-bodied people in the room. Therefore, we don't have to charge these broken leg folks as much because we got people who can walk in the room. We got people who walk in the room and then they're good. And I don't have to worry about, paying for these people that are sick. Just for you to be in the room, you help them. You don't pay for them. You pay for yourself. And your rate is cheaper. Their rate is cheaper. and then they get
well,
the funds.
well, when I checked my rate through Obama, like when they said that I had to have it,
Mhm.
it was like $435 a month,
Like
and at that point,
$100 a week.
right,
Okay.
right, and at that point, I said, well, I would just much rather pay the $75 a month penalty versus paying um $400
Right,
a
right.
month
That
just
makes
for
sense.
myself.
That makes sense, and that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. You'd rather pay the 75 than 100. I mean, that makes sense. I would have did the same thing. But I'm saying you understand why they needed you to be in that pool, so everybody's would be cheaper, 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 right? Most people, it would have been cheaper for X, Y, and Z. You're a healthy individual human being. I don't know. I've never tried to get the Obamacare. I've never had to, so I don't know how it fleshed out for most people. But I'm saying that why they just won't put elderly and handicap on Medicare? Why do y'all
I thought that's what they were on after the age of like 62 or 65. Aren't they on Medicare at 62 or 65?
I'm not sure how it works. I know you can apply, but that don't help. That don't help other people. I don't know who it doesn't help the veterans. It doesn't help the regular the working people who are working and they can't get no insurance. They can't afford insurance. It don't help the Walmart people. It don't help none of them. Obamacare is the only thing. Obamacare is the only thing they can get. They can't get the because they make too much money for the medical and Medicaid. So what do we do with those people that's in the middle right there?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't, and that's why I say and I just gonna be a second. I know it's a pretty hard thing. I just, I hear you up here railing against the machine, raging against the machine. I say, oh crap. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, but I don't agree with, and I think HQ, a lot of us hard working Americans, we don't really care about people that may be on it. Like I said, if it's a kid, if it's an elderly person, if it's a handicapped person, 100%. And I bet everybody in the chat is agreeing with me. Those three people deserve the health care.
Yeah, but what about the Walmart? What about the Walmart people?
Well, Walmart is like the largest non-government entity in the country. They should be supplying the insurance for their people. And if they're not doing it, you as a person can always go to another company to work that gives you insurance, AQ.
Yeah, but what if you're not able
You know what I mean? So that's like a personal choice. Like you can always leave a job and go to another. And that's when guys like us are looking at it. That's what we're all saying. You can always leave the company you're going to and go to another company and work. So why should we be helping to pay for your insurance when those companies, if they didn't have anybody to work the damn jobs, they would figure the crap out and they would try and figure something out.
But you gotta
make it better for the people.
But you gotta admit, there's some people that just won't be able to afford insurance. Right?
That won't be able to what?
Afford insurance. There's just some people that just will not make enough money to pay for insurance. They just won't.
I'm not gonna say that. Yes, they won't be able to afford insurance, but if the jobs that are making the money were covering the insurance, each of the walking kids, it's 6 of them. Last time I looked, they were worth like $18 billion a piece. It's the job. If a job like Walmart can't afford your insurance, you should go to another job that will either provide you insurance or you know how they do that where like for my retirement I put like 9% in and they match up to 5%. you should go find a job like that instead of working at Walmart. Like, it's not my fault that
But what if
people
they
want
can't?
to stay working at Walmart.
But I'm saying, what if they can't? Walmart is going to be open and they always not going to have insurance. What if they can't?
What if they can't do what? Get a different job?
What if they can't afford insurance on their own? Are you saying that they shouldn't have insurance at all? They just gonna go without
Well,
insurance?
if they can't afford insurance, yes, they're going to have to go without it, or they need to find new employment that is going to give them insurance. Now, I'm not saying anybody should not have insurance. What I'm saying is, if your job does not supply you with insurance, go to another job that does supply you insurance. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying if Walmart is not going to give you insurance, go to another job that will give you insurance.
Yeah, but some people, they're never going to. I'm saying for the people who never are going to be able to do that, what do we do with the people who are never going to be able to do that?
What? Get a different job?
Make a job that pays for insurance.
I don't know. They're ass out of luck. They ass out of luck.
That's why I'm saying, don't you think it would be fair for us to have some kind of medical, dental insurance put into place that they can afford, so that they can have health care?
Not if they are. If let's say it's like Burger King. Most kids get a fast food job, or they work at Ross, or whatever when they're young, right? If they stay there forever, that's their fault. Like, if you're grown and working at Walmart and they're not giving you insurance and you have kids, that's your fault. That's nobody else's fault but yours.
So what if I don't have enough education to get a different type of job? I change my job, I get 2 or 3 different jobs, and I still can't afford medical insurance. Shouldn't the government or somebody have some insurance?
You don't need an education to get HQ. To become a plumber, all you need to do is go to school for a year.
Why is it that every time I come up with a scenario, the first thing you say is they need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps? Why is that?
I have never said that. What I am saying is, as a person, you progress in life.
You've just said a version of that. That's all. You've said a version. You haven't said that directly.
No. But even you as a person, you have progressed and moved your way up through life. You got 3 different degrees. Like, everybody has the capability of doing what you as a person has done.
Everybody does not have the capability of making a lot of money. We are always going
I didn't say making a lot of money.
But we're always going to have a class of people that will not be able to make X, Y, and Z. We just will not have a class of, we always will have a class of people who cannot do as well as you or I have done. So I'm saying those are the people that the government have to help. They have to help these people. There's always going to be workers at Walmart. There's always going to be people at IHOP. There's always going to be people in that class that make less than $30,000 a year, and they're always going to be there with mental capacity, education. You can name whatever you want to name. So why is it that we just say tell those people to go fly?
I just don't think it's fair to the other people that are doing the right thing with their life to be made or forced to pay for other people that are making. I've made bad decisions in my life, but things work out for me. You know what I mean? And you know what I'm talking about. I've made bad decisions in my life, but I have applied myself. I have applied myself every day to do better in life. So going to prison, that didn't stop me, from doing anything. I came out, went to a major hotel, made a very good living, raised my family and my kids, Then once most of them got grown, I stuck out and got into my own space and business. Like, none of these things have stopped me as a person, and I just see that none of these people,
So you're
and
saying,
not none of them.
so you're
right?
you're telling me about the bootstrap thing. You're saying it yet again. You're saying it in a different way. You're saying regardless of what is the illness, whatever handicap that you have, whatever thing is holding you.
I didn't say handicapped people. I said handicapped people, disabled people, and children should
So
absolutely.
people who don't have mental capacity, some people don't have the mental capacity, but they have the physical.
Well, they should be at home. They should be at home with a loved one. If you don't have the mental facilities, faculties to do anything, you should. I told you, my cousin got kids with autism. He has to stay home. He has to take care of his kids.
And he's he's an able-bodied person. There's a lot of people that would be saying you need to get a job.
Yeah, I dig it. I understand that.
He is an able-bodied person. How does he explain, I'm sitting at home taking care of my 2 kids and I still can't afford insurance? How does he explain
Well,
it?
he found a work-from-home business, and he's working from home doing his business.
But I'm saying,
like I said, all of that stuff is anecdotal. Everybody can't do that. You know what I mean?
So I'm saying, why can't we have insurance for those people who can't do these things, who can't get out and work, who can't supplement their, who can't have enough brain power to do what they got to do? Why can't that be the case?
Well, I'm saying they absolutely can, and they should be able to do that. But I don't think that we punish other people because some people can't.
How is getting Medicaid?
To me, it seems
if they made it available, if they made Medicaid available for a segment of people who couldn't afford insurance, and they worked at Walmart, they got 2-3 jobs, but they still don't make enough money. Why can't those people get Medicaid, Medicare for free?
Once again, HQ, I've never had 2 jobs at once and had to work like that. So I personally don't understand that. And that's probably what it is. I have no understanding of that, right? Because I've always had, full-time jobs. And I just think people should, once you have, it's like building a resume, though. Once you have a job, that shows that you're competent. You should be able to move and advance yourself through life. That's the way it works, right?
It's supposed to be the way it works.
That's what I'm saying. So even after I got out of a federal prison, I went to the biggest hotel in Las Vegas and got a job.
Yeah, but not all of it. I'm saying not all people can do that, Black America. I'm talking about the people who fall in between the grades. You notice I always say people below 30,000. There's always going to be an issue for people who make only 30,000. Those people
right, but those should be the younger people. Those should be the younger people. Those people should be advancing and moving up through the ranks as they get older. Nobody starts out with a 50,000 or 60,000 a year job. Everybody has to start out on a lower level and then advance themselves into a better situation. But I'm not going to take up your time. I just don't agree with that.
I kind of understand what you're saying. I kind of understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, think about the people who are not it's not possible. Just think about those people. That's all. It's not possible. They're never gonna have the smarts that you got. They're never gonna be able to. They just ain't gonna be able to do it. They're just not gonna be able to do it.
Yeah.
So we got to do.
And I don't think it's smart. I just once again, with us guys that work hard, 12, 15, 16 hours a day, I think we think it's mostly HQ, just willpower. We just think that people don't have the actual willpower to do the things themselves. They don't have the willpower to get the shit accomplished.
I'm not saying that they don't.
And
I'm not saying that they don't. I'm saying there are some people that don't have the willpower, and there's some people that's not the case, that they can't do it. It's other thing. I don't want to say because I don't know. I don't want to be out there saying somebody's slow in the head. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is there are going to be people that will not be able to do these things. So we have to be able to look at those people and say, okay, you need help. You always gonna need help. It is what it is. So that's all I'm saying. I mean, I get what you're saying.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the handicapped, the disabled, and children, yes. But other people, if you haven't gone and had a serious medical condition, and everybody knows that you have a medical condition, you know what I mean? Like a doctor
So you
and all
almost
of
there.
that.
Okay. So you almost there. Okay, so we're gonna agree on this. People that are handicapped, the elderly, not able-bodied, you got a problem. We know you just ain't gonna be able to do it. You don't mind putting pennies to the dollar and helping those people.
Right. Exactly. No, 100%. HQ. I'm a
Then we
monster.
good. So now I understand.
I'm a monster, not a beggar.
I understand what you're talking about. Okay, got you. Okay, I got you. Now I understand what you're saying. Anybody that falls below that line, you ain't dealing. Before that line, you ain't dealing with. Anybody behind that line that like disabled and young and elderly and can't do X, Y, and Z, you good to go with them. Okay, I got you.
Yes. With them are cool, but everybody else, no. Just because you're working and you're not making over a certain amount per year, fuck you. Go get another job.
Okay, I got you. Thank you, Black America. Thank you.
All right. I'll see you later.
Bye. I got you. Yeah. Okay. Somebody call back. Okay, we got Erica. Thank you, Erica, for the $1.99 super sticker. Thank you very much. Super chats are amazing. Super stickers are wonderful. Please put some super stickers in, some super chats. We have this conversation every day. Tomorrow, we're going to tune in at 1:30 tomorrow. I'll be back at 1:30, 1 o'clock tomorrow, to open up the, chat, maybe open up the panel. Who knows? I will be back at that time. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you. Please like and share and subscribe. We've been here for 5 hours. We've been here since the Congress been open, since 12 o'clock. And we're going to be out of here because Congress has been over, and they're going to convene tomorrow at 1:30. So I will see you then. Please hit the like and the subscribe. We appreciate it. We do, because we like to have these conversations. We like to hear what people have to say. We like to chat. I love the chat. The chat is just off the chain. The chat is always off the chain with some wild stuff in there. Zombies included. I don't care. There's some chat. The chat is wild. So we got to do what we got to do. I will be back here at 1:30. Please hit the like and the share and the subscribe. We appreciate it. We appreciate you guys. We appreciate all of it. Yeah, we got to figure out what we got to do for us normal, everyday, average working people. We got to figure out what we doing, because everybody need help out here. Everybody need help out here, and we got to start getting help. It just is what it is. We got to figure out how to make these people help us. Instead of helping everybody else, they got to start helping the middle class. It is what it is. I will see you guys later. Love you. Appreciate you. Hit the like button, the subscribe button, the share button. I appreciate all of it. Yes, I do.